things don't change, but you're just as fly as you were that night that we both got high on the bleachers and got kicked out. In our heads as we looked at the stars, nothing can tear us apart. Like nothing can tear us apart. I knew the minute I saw you standing there in line, it had to be fake. So in your phone you didn't notice me till I came and said I know that it's been a long time, but it's crazy cause I just thought of you the other day. Never takes long with us. Following you back to your place. Feels like we're right where we left off, and now I'll make sure this time I make it count. Cause we're not the same as used to be, but some things don't change. Yes, some things don't change. Just as fly as you were that night that we both got high on the bleachers and fell in love. Our heads as we looked at the stars, nothing can tear us apart. Like nothing can tear us apart. And over our heads as we looked at the stars, nothing can tear us apart. Like nothing can tear us apart. My baby is always late, a day early to the party, but that's okay. She's on my bed playing video games. I'm watching her over my shoulder, still lying here wide awake. She rolls over and steals all of the sheets. She don't care, she won't lose no sleep. Now can you just move over? I can't really understand, but god damn, I can't get enough. You got me saying stupid shit like love. You got me wrapped up on my insides.
네, 여러분, 지금 내외 귀빈들께서 입장하고 계십니다. 큰 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 제19회 서울국제전력시장 컨퍼런스, 오늘의 행사를 주최해 주신 전력거래소 정동희 이사장님과 전기위원회 이종영 위원장님, 산업통상자원부 천영길 에너지정책실장님을 비롯한 주요 내빈분들께서 앞 좌석으로 이동해 주셨습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 따뜻한 환영의 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Zhang, the CEO of Korea Power Exchange. I extend my warm welcome to all of you at SICEM 2023. I trust this conference will provide a valuable platform for in-depth discussions on the urgent challenges and innovation solutions in the electricity market. Now I declare the commencement of SICEM 2023.
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm Jihyeon Lee, your MC of Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market 2023. It's good to see you. It's a privilege to kick off this conference with a special guest, CEO Zhang of Korean Power Exchange, who has graciously joined us in the form of a virtual avatar to begin this event. His voice sounded younger than I expected, and it was a very special commencement of the event. With that, we are officially commencing the conference. The conference is hosted by Korea Power Exchange and sponsored by the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. The theme of the conference is Innovation in the Electricity Market for Power System Stability. The conference program includes an opening ceremony and 2 plenary sessions and panel discussions. In the lobby area, we have set up exhibitions using LEDs and an augmented reality photo zone featuring Bandi, the mascot of KPX. I hope you don't miss the opportunity to capture memory. We are live streaming this event via YouTube. And those who are joining us via online, you can leave your messages in the chat window. Now I'd like to introduce you the distinguished guests who are with us today out of their busy schedule. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, we have Jihyeon Lee, Chairman of Electricity Regulatory Commission, with us today. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. We also have Director Tanya of Office of Energy Policy and Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. We have CEO Hye-cheong Kim of Korea Southeast Power with us today. We also have CEO Seung-woo Lee of Korea Southern Power with us today. We have CEO Young-moon Kim of Korea East-West Power with us. We also have Hyung-duk Park, CEO of Korea Western Power with us today. CEO Ho-bin Kim of Korea Midland Power has joined us today. We also have Vice Chairman Eun-ho Lee at Independent Power Producer Association with us today. We have CEO Jang Kim of KEPCO KDN with us today. And we also have the Senior Executive Vice President Tae-wook Jeon of KHMP with us. And last but not least, CEO Zhang of Korea Power Exchange is here with us. And we have many other distinguished guests here with us today, but regrettably, due to time constraint, I won't be able to introduce each of them individually. Now, I'm going to invite CEO Zhang of Korean Power Exchange to the stage for his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zhang, CEO of Korea Power Exchange. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished guests gathered here in this room and those joining us via online for the SICEM 2023. To address climate change, the focus has shifted toward zero-carbon energy sources, and yet the energy supply chain has faced frequent disruptions. Since its foundation, it has formed a new organization to cope with the winter energy shortage that is expected. KPX has been trying to find and identify the fundamental problems, and it has been actively collaborating with other agencies in and outside of Korea. It is my great pleasure to invite experts at home and abroad and host the SICEM 2023. To give you some information about this event, John Baer, the CEO of MECO and the president of G15, will be delivering a keynote speech. And he's going to tell us about solving the challenges of a system operation in a changing environment. In the first session, where we will delve into innovation in the electricity market, presentations will be made by Professor Alberto Madrid from Lehigh University, researcher Jihyeon Lee from the KEEI, and Professor Jin-Ho Kim from the GIST. In the second session, we will explore the new electricity market and new energy businesses. Insights will be shared by Professor Meng-Nai Phil from UCL University, Vice President Kyeol Ok from Korean Power Exchange, and Director Jihyeon Lee from H2 Korea. We have also invited a panel of experts to share their valuable ideas, including Professor Song Kwan-ju from Korea University and Professor Hong-jun Jo from Dankook University and Professor Jim Gi from Korea Institute of Energy Technology and Managing Director Chang-Min Park from Korea Suisse. I'd like to express my heartfelt thanks to all the experts and everyone present here for sharing their ideas and wisdom. I'd like to extend my special thanks to Jong-Young Lee, the Chairman of Electricity Regulatory Commission, and Young Gil-chun, the Director of Office of Energy Policy and Minister of Trade, Industry and Energy, for their congratulatory remarks. And I'd like to also acknowledge John Baer, who will be delivering a keynote speech. I also thank Hwee Chung-kim, CEO of Korea Southeast Power, Sung Lee, CEO of Korea Southern Power, Young-Moon Kim, CEO of Korea East-West Power, Hyung-Duk Park, CEO of Korea Western Power, Ho-Bin Kim, CEO of Korea Midland Power, Chang Young-kim, CEO of KEPCO KDN, and Uno Lee, Vice Chairman of Independent Power Producers Association, for being with us today out of their busy schedule. My thanks go to all of you who are here with us out of your busy schedule. And I look forward to your active engagement in this conference, as well as your insights. Your insights and ideas will enrich this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
매해 컨퍼런스
Every time when he came here, he prepares a really insightful speech. So I'd like to thank him for expressing his gratitude to all participants. Once again, please give him a big round of applause. Now, we are going to invite the Chairman of Korea Electricity Regulatory Commission, Lee Jong-young. Let me invite him to the podium. Please give him a big round of applause. Greetings. My name is Lee Jong-young. Now I'm serving for Korea Electricity Regulatory Commission. I'd like to congratulate on the opening of the Seoul International Conference on the electricity market. I'd like to also thank CEO of KPX Jung Dong-hee and all the staff for preparing this meaningful conference. The Korean electricity market is rapidly changing as renewables like solar and wind are increasing continuously. Actually, we have more renewables on the Jeju Island. Now we have 20% of generation capacity, and now we have about 5,500 generators as a member of KPX. Market participants are more diverse, such as direct power trading, demand response resources, regional electricity operators, causing conflicts and disputes, and also requesting higher expertise and objectiveness of the regulatory body. Renewable energy is intermittent, adding difficulties to the power system operation. But for ESG and other causes, we have to increase the share of renewables going forward to increase the renewables and the public acceptance and the CapEx deficit. These are making more difficult for us to build more transmission network. So these cannot be solved by one organization. We have to work together to solve these issues. So in this regard, it is very timely that we have decided the theme of this conference. This issue cannot be solved by one organization. The private sector, the government, and all the participants should work together. First, the government should work smart. Recently, the government are trying to posing responsibilities on the renewables. Now they can participate in the tender, and real-time market, reserve markets have been introduced, so operators can work and move voluntarily under the government's plan. In addition, the generators should also feel responsibility to the power system. The government is trying to increase the sense of responsibility. This is inevitable for stable power system operation, so I'd like to ask for cooperation from the private sector. We are also going to actively do our part. The electricity market is complex and diversified. Now we have more cases of license permit and the siting of transmission constructions. There is more demand in the market. It is more complex now. So, including myself, we are required to have more expertise. And when we review cases submitted, we will do our best to prevent any harm to the participants, to the consumers. We will try to actively work for fairness in the market. A great scholar, Daniel Yergin, said, we are facing a security crisis with the rapid energy transition. Actually, Korea is experiencing the fastest energy transition with the highest possibility of such risk. It is time for market participants to understand each other, to overcome the situation. This is the desired direction, I believe. And today's conference will be important to learn the impact and challenges to the electricity market. We will closely monitor such changes and do our best to stable operation of our electricity market. Once again, I'd like to congratulate on the opening of this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman Lee Jong-young. He is doing a great part in the electricity market and the hydrogen industry. He is actually working as a bridge between different participants. Next. Now, Deputy Minister Tanya of Energy Policy from MOTI is going to deliver a congratulatory remarks. Let me invite him onto the podium. Please give him a big round of applause. It's very nice to meet you. My name is Jihyeon Lee, Energy Policy from MOTI. I actually have participated in this conference several times in the past from my career working in the MOTI. But actually, I wish I had more opportunity to visit. To be honest, actually, it's been 19 years since my last visit. But it's glad that now I can make it today. As Chairman Lee Jong-young said, as CEO Chung Dong-hee said, I think it's quite different when we look at the current situation comparing with the past. At that time, the public sector was at the center, but now the market is not actually catching it up. But if we look at the number of operators, the number of private operators has increased a lot. So in the past, it was possible to do things in a systematic manner, but now we see more uncertainty. It's a great challenge for all of us. Even so, renewables are precious, so they should be introduced to the system in a market-friendly way to benefit consumers and the public. The theme of today is really a difficult one. I think we have globalized many things, but when it comes to the electricity market, we are, I think, lagging behind compared to the international community. For renewables, nuclear, many carbon-free resources should be harmoniously combined with the existing electricity system under the government's plan. But I think we should do more. For renewables, we have many technical issues. As CEO of KPX said, that the MC of today explained that today's electricity situation is quite clear, but CEO of KPX, Jung Dong-hee, was surprised about that expression because there are many things to be considered these days. And as Chairman Lee Jong-young said, when it comes to regulations, regulatory system, we need to be more sophisticated, but we should work harder to get to the level that we want. Global trend and the presentations of many experts will be reviewed today, and regulatory governance and systems, markets, all these things need to change to promote market participants to participate in a better way. So many players are working hard, but we still have the process when it comes to the enactment of the policies. So I will listen to you today very carefully so that I can reflect them in the second half of this year. When it comes to the regulations regarding pricing, transmission, distribution, I think we are in process of updating all of them, and market participants need to act in a fair way for compensation. They should be able to follow the market's principle, and the acceptance of market's principle should be increased. I will do more. I will work harder. So today, actually, we have all the 5 CEOs of Korea power corporations. I think they are really interested in this. Many people are actually interested in this. I will do my best to do my part well. Thank you very much.
많은 노력
The government is doing really a lot of things these days when it comes to the energy market. I said clear earlier today because I looked at the future. So now we are going to have a commemorative photo session. We will have 2 rounds of photo session. When I name you, please come up to the podium. Mr. Jung Dong-hee, CEO of KPX, Mr. Lee Jong-young, Chairman of Korea Electricity Regulatory Commission, Mr. Chun Young-gil, Deputy Minister of MOTI, Mr. Yang Sung-bae, Managing Director of KPS, Mr. Kim Sang-il, Managing Director of KPS, Mr. An Jae-kyung, Research Fellow of KEEI, Professor Kim Jin-ho of GIST, Mr. Ok Ki-hyul, Vice President of KPX. Please come up to the podium.
네, 안내 요원의 안내에 따라서 조금 부담스러우실 것 같아요. 사진 촬영이, 그렇죠? 좀 사진 촬영하실 때
Please smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a big round of applause so that they can smile better. Are you ready? I will say 1, 2, 3. Please smile. Look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. One more. Would you do the fighting pose? 1, 2, 3. Good. Please give them a big round of applause. Would you stay there? We have the second round of photo session. So please stay on the podium. I will name other people. Please come up to the podium when I name you. Mr. Kim Hee-chum, CEO of COEN, Mr. Lee Seung-woo, CEO of COSPO, Mr. Kim Young-moon, CEO of EWP, Mr. Park Hyung-dong, CEO of WP, Mr. Kim Ho-bin, CEO of KOMIPO, and Mr. Lee Yoon-ho, Vice Chairman of IPPA, Mr. Kim Jang-hyun, CEO of KEPCO KDN, and Mr. Lee Yoo-soo, Senior Researcher of KEI, Professor Chu Sung-kwang from Korean University, Mr. Park Chang-min, Executive Director of GridWiz, Professor Kim Jip from Can-Tech. Please come up to the podium. So we will do the commemorative photo session. So if you are ready, we will take the photo. Please give them a big round of applause. Please smile. Look at the camera. 1, 2, 3. This time, would you clench your fist? Tightly clench your fist and do the fighting pose. 1, 2, 3. Very good. One more time. Small heart. Would you do the small heart? 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. So this wraps up the opening ceremony of SISEM 2023. So now we are going to have the keynote speech, and I have some announcement to make. This event can be also watched via the YouTube channel, and English simultaneous interpretation services are provided. Receivers are available at the entrance of the venue. Korean is on channel 5, English is channel 6. So let me introduce the keynote speaker. The speech is about solving the challenges of system operation in the changing environment through market innovation. The CEO of MECO and President of Geo15, John Bear, is going to deliver his speech. Unfortunately, he couldn't be present with us in person, but he sent his video speech. Let's watch it together. Please give a big round of applause.
Hello, and welcome to everyone attending this year's Seoul International Conference on the Energy Market. I'm John Baer, CEO of MECO, a U.S. power grid operator spanning about 2.5 million square kilometers across the central United States and part of Canada. We manage electric flows to about 45 million people and facilitate more than 40 billion in annual energy market transactions. It's also my privilege and honor to serve as the 2023 president of GEO15, which is an association of the world's largest electric power grid operators. GEO15's members collectively ensure electricity flows to more than 50% of the world's energy consumers. Today, there is significant diversity of power grids and electric generation resources around the world, largely shaped by geography. But today we all face similar challenges and share a common future. Now, more than ever, there is a critical need for collaboration and idea sharing when it comes to operating the power grid. Across the world, the grid is undergoing a transformation never before seen. There's a rapid expansion of weather-dependent energy resources and premature retirement of dispatchable, flexible energy resources. Simultaneously, we're seeing an increased demand for electricity, largely driven by the transportation sector, and climate change is having a direct impact on our electric grids and our societies. These realities are creating world-class energy challenges that require world-class energy solutions. If we work together, these solutions will come faster, be better, and enable us to keep the power flowing. That's why international forums like this are vital. They provide the opportunity for us to learn from one another, to share ideas, to search and develop solutions that ensure a reliable transition to a clean energy future. So let me express my appreciation to each of you for participating in this conference and contributing to the very important discussions that will be occurring. With that in mind, I'd like to share some of my thoughts on the challenges and opportunities before us. While our industry is instrumental in improving livelihoods and allowing economies to grow and advance, it has historically been slow-moving with limited change. As you are keenly aware, that is no longer the case. The benefits of renewable and other clean energy sources are becoming increasingly understood and desired by individuals, businesses, and governments, which has catapulted our industry into the news on a regular basis and is driving changes like we've never seen before. The trend towards more weather-dependent variable resources is here to stay and is one that enjoys broad support. However, it's also resulting in a collision of somewhat competing objectives. The environmental sustainability goals of companies and governments are fueling the dramatic fleet evolution. But that has not eliminated or replaced the societal need for reliable electricity that is affordable. We are at risk of these latter two objectives not being fulfilled if our desire for sustainability creates blind spots in our viewpoint. Protracted and/or significant reliability issues or unmanageable costs have the potential to impact the support and momentum towards the clean energy future. This is why broad engagement and coordination, both within and outside our industry, is needed to mitigate the risks and challenges being posed by the transition. An important area of reform is in our market design, which must evolve to keep pace with the rapidly changing energy landscape. Energy markets play an important role in shaping the power system and helping ensure appropriate, adequate resources. However, the market designs that served us well to support reliability and affordability just a few years ago aren't designed for today's challenges and won't be able to meet future needs. I can tell you different regions of the United States are at different points in the transition, but across the country we have or are experiencing similar changes, which of course have also been encountered in other areas of the world. The generation fleet is evolving dramatically through the retirements of many traditional thermal-based resources, which have then been replaced by primarily weather-dependent resources. The pace of this transition is moving past our current rule sets, including risk profiles. Just a few years ago, planning for the peak hour of every day and the peak day of the year ensured enough resource adequacy to make the rest of the year, but that isn't true anymore. Because these resource types are not the same in terms of capabilities and ability to be available continuously, it's usually not a one-for-one replacement. The result has been significantly increased reliability risk and reduced resources with attributes the system needs. This is happening in the face of what we expect will be significantly increasing levels of electricity demand as electrification gains momentum. This is also occurring as the frequency of extreme weather events is increasing, which, due to their breadth, are impacting large percentages of the generation fleet, including the remaining controllable resources. So just as our need for flexible, controllable resources that are able to operate for long durations and can respond to issues on the system is rising, the number of those resources being maintained and made available is declining, and replacement resources that not have the system reliability attributes required to reliably operate the system. The requests we receive for new generation resources to connect to the system are overwhelmingly for weather-dependent and battery resources, but not resources offering long duration and controllability. That is because new technologies that can provide required attributes such as long duration battery storage, hydrogen, and small modular nuclear reactors have not yet reached commercial maturity on a broad scale. There is no doubt that such transformational technologies will become available in the future. When that happens, they will be a significant tailwind for the clean energy future. Until then, we have to be prudent. Maintaining a needed level of those controllable resources will allow us to reliably make the transition. There will always be a need for some level of backup generation for when the level of weather-dependent variable resources falls below demand. In the MISO footprint, the most viable solution currently are natural gas generators. This will be an infrequent need, so these resources will fill a role similar to an insurance policy. You hope not to need it often, but you're glad it's there when you do. That is how we enable an extremely high level of decarbonization, while also preventing the types of reliability issues that could impact support for this goal. In the focus of this conference, market innovations play a significant role in helping to ensure the system has enough capacity and has adequate amounts of required system reliability attributes. As we envision the grid of the future, it's important to provide the right market design with the right incentives to ensure we have the grid resources we need. Yesterday's markets won't meet tomorrow's needs. We need to assess new approaches to redesigning our markets to incentivize energy resources and transmission build decisions to ensure we have the adequate energy when and where it's needed. At MISO, we have taken a continuous improvement approach to enhancing our markets, which has resulted in a number of somewhat incremental but very impactful changes, such as pricing reforms to incentivize flexibility and rules to better facilitate storage and demand response resources. But the magnitude of change ahead requires a much more transformational approach now. We have many initiatives underway looking at how we value resources based on their historical availability during challenging situations, and considering enhancements to pricing mechanisms for both capacity and energy to ensure market signals and incentives are aligned with changing system needs. I know similar efforts are also underway in other regions of our country and across the world, and the discussions occurring during this conference will help to inform these and future efforts globally. I encourage you to keep the significance of the moment in mind. This is very complex work, and we do not have the luxury of a great deal of time. But there are billions of people counting on us to get it right, to keep their lights on and their devices charged, which also makes it very rewarding work. Some people might characterize our industry as unexciting or lacking innovation, but I would disagree. The energy industry has become extremely dynamic and full of opportunity. I know we can solve the many risks and challenges in front of us and enjoy the experience along the way. But it will take all of us working collectively together to ensure the objectives of sustainability, reliability, and affordability can all be met, and that the move to a cleaner energy future continues to advance. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this important conference here in Seoul, Korea.
네, 감사의 박수 부탁드립니다.
Please give him a big round of applause.
전력 공급 등 개통 안정.
The keynote speaker told us about solving the challenges of system operation in a changing environment through market innovations. Once again, thank you so much. Now we will move into the first plenary session. In the first session, we will discuss electricity market innovations for stable system operation. The first speaker in the first session is from Lehigh University. Professor Alberto Madrid will tell us about perspectives on the market design for a low-carbon economy. He couldn't make it today, regrettably, but he sent us instead a video. So let's meet the professor through the video. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present in this conference. My name is Alberto Madrid, and I'm an associate professor at Lehigh University. Today, I will be talking about perspective on market design for a low-carbon economy. And I would like to start with the motivation related to the way that we see that different electricity systems are evolving. So given that this is a conference in South Korea, I start with the overall portfolio of generation that you have during the last decade. And as you can see, it has been relatively stable. There has been some increase in the overall participation, and this probably all of you have seen that the increased participation of natural gas is something that is affecting many countries. One thing that we're going to be seeing towards the future is more and more participation of different renewable energy sources. And that is actually this brown part that we have in the upper component of the graph. And I'm going to be talking mostly about the US market because it's the one that I know better. So, for example, these are projections by the Energy Information Administration, which is the statistical agency in the US, in which we see that renewables are going to be becoming a significant part of the generation portfolio, right? So, like, we still expect that natural gas is going to be an important component, similar to what is happening in Korea. But we expect that renewables are going to be a much larger participant in terms of the overall electricity and overall capacity that you have installed. And within renewables, solar and wind are going to be the two largest components in terms of the overall energy production. Now, when you start implementing and installing more renewables, there's two main issues that you have to deal with. One is all of this uncertainty that having the renewables is going to be having, and the current design of the markets has some idiosyncrasies that actually exacerbate some of these components. The other one is that precisely because of that uncertainty, it might be that the contract that you expected to have at some point is actually not going to be available. And this is going to be leading to large forecast errors and, for example, large issues in terms of the dispatch of the electricity that you're going to be having. So this problem of variability and uncertainty in power systems is something that we need to grapple with. And I'm going to be focusing in this presentation mostly about the issue of renewables. There's other sources of uncertainty that can come from, for example, more demand participation, increased use of distributed energy resources, and, for example, interdependencies with other systems. So if we want to think about the directions for a low carbon economy, what we're going to be seeing is that electricity is very likely to be displacing other energy services. We're going to be having more use of renewable energy sources, more participation of distributed resources or distributed energy resources. It might be that we're going to be having more storage, and that would be something desirable in the sense that they can counteract some of the uncertainty and variability. However, there's also challenges associated with the scheduling storage devices. And it's possible that actually I'm an economist, so I'm always interested about new, for example, participants that can start helping us hedge some of the uncertainty that you have in the system. This is actually a relatively dated graph now by the Department of Energy of the US. And what we see is that there's going to be electrification in many sectors. That can include, for example, transportation, that can include, for example, provision of thermal services in the winter, like over here. Heating is still, in certain parts of the US, is still very dominated by natural gas and even oil. So it is possible that we're going to be moving towards heat pumps. And I mentioned about the resiliency, like, for example, if you're going to be having larger events, how do you manage that system? How do you restore from those? And interdependencies is, for example, if we start electrifying transportation, how are you going to be managing with that demand? But focusing on the pricing, this is mostly for the electricity markets, considering uncertainty from renewables. One thing that we can look at in the history is that we have as of now, the design of electricity markets has converged. So in many instances, what we have, like for example, over here, I am going to be mentioning the cases of the US, the Europe, and the Australia, New Zealand, is that you have a system operator that needs to, for example, receive the bids, or like for in certain cases, it may be even like a cost functions that they're going to be audited. And according to that, it schedules the resources and decides what the prices are going to be. And typically, this is done in two stages to manage the uncertainty. In the first stage, you may decide to start committing certain units. And in the second stage, you may decide the redispatch, which is actually when you are delivering the goods. There's variations, right? In the European market, there's no commitment. Like, you know, like there is something a little bit different in terms of like how they're going to be scheduling their resources. But the most important thing over here is that the prices are going to be coming from this participation from the distributed or the different participants in the market, like for example, different generators, and the submission that they do to a centralized market that is actually going to be setting up the equilibrium between supply and demand. Okay, we have in certain cases participation of some demand resources. Here in the US, we call them load serving entities, and they may have some ways in which actually they express their willingness to pay or the willingness to accept certain interruptions, but that is still very limited. So again, the motivation of what this talk is going to be structured around is that we're going to be moving to a low carbon economy. So that includes the increased participation of renewable energy sources, which are going to be having more uncertainty and variability. We need, therefore, to create market designs that account for that uncertainty. And there's some challenges about that uncertainty and that management. First of all, is that not all of the participants are going to be having the same information, right? So like there's going to be some asymmetric information, and we need to reach some kind of consensus in order to provide some services. There may be a distributed response from the different market participants. And we need to have provision of the services needed, not only the energy, but we need to maintain the ancillary services required to run the system. So the main questions that we're going to be trying to address is how to design markets that determine prices, considering the uncertainty and variability of renewable energy sources, knowing that we make this market non-confiscatory. So like there's not going to be, if you're going to be participating, you shouldn't be having losses, which is part of the social contract. And with that in mind, I'm going to be presenting a methodology that is forward-looking in terms of how do we come up with those financially adequate pricing schemes such that they're going to be uncertainty uniform in the real time. So the outline is going to be very standard. I'm going to be giving you a preview of the results. First, there's going to be some benefits. That is, like we're going to be using very limited information, so it's going to be easy for the consensus. And we don't need to start using scenarios. The real prices are going to be uncertainty uniform, and we have a guarantee of the financial adequacy of the system. And with this, we're also going to be increasing the locative efficiency and decrease the spare capacity needed. Now, there's going to be some trade-offs, right? First of all, it's having that financial adequacy may result in increased prices. And how to transition to the new system is something that is going to be challenging in terms of more organizational structures. So to give you a little bit of the background, like first of all, finding the right prices is a difficult problem. It is possible that you're not going to be having a unique set of prices, mostly because there's all of this uncertainty that I've been talking about. There's also non-convexities, particularly if you're still relying on technologies that whose unit commitment is going to be important. And there's different characteristics in the way that you can actually start using the prices that you obtain. So for example, you can use equilibrium prices. What I'm going to be talking in this chat is going to be about revenue adequate prices. Now, some of the literature of this is based on, like, for example, how have we restructured the markets, which I'm going to be entering into more detail in the next slide. Mostly in the academic literature, there's been a lot of interest about how to start integrating stochasticity. So we have primal dual pricing, revenue adequate prices, and semi-Lagrangian relaxations that have been suggested. And for example, if we're going to be having non-convexities, it might be that actually we come up with some way to price those non-convexities and come up with some minimization of the uplift payments. So there's been some works in we're raising equilibrium, and then some ways in which actually you're minimizing explicitly the uplift that you need to pay. Now, for the restructuring waves of electricity, which is probably something that you may have seen similarly in Korea, there's been maybe three main stages. The first one is that there was a myth of the natural monopoly, and the very first wave of the deregulation of the restructuring was trying like to debunk that myth, like saying that it was not possible to actually participate as in any other market. So like that was probably like the most difficult one, and there were crises associated to it. But then after all of the initial challenge of moving towards those restructured markets, we move into how to start improving that market, right? So like, how do we make it more efficient? The last wave, which is the one that we are in right now, is about incorporating that uncertainty, right? So like, and the uncertainty is from the sources that I had mentioned before, right? So like mostly I'm going to be focusing here in my methodology in uncertainty from renewables, but there's all sources of uncertainty, right? So like, how do we start trying like to make something that is stochastic more manageable for example, industry participants that want to have the certainty of a certain contract? Now, I'm going to be talking about like the assumptions and the formulation from my methodology. We are going to be thinking that there's a centralized market administrator, and there's going to be this perishable commodity goods, so like something that we need to use in a certain point. And we're going to be having producers that use conventional technologies. So like in this case, you can think your natural gas, your nuclear plants. So like they're going to be able to control whatever they're going to be producing. We're going to be using producers that use environmentally clean technologies, but they're not able to control what is the availability or what is the dispatchability of those resources, right? Like, I cannot control the availability of wind or of solar. There's going to be consumers that are willing to reduce. They have a certain demand, which is going to be inelastic, but they are going to be willing to reduce their demand if they're compensated for that. And there's going to be a product that isn't changed over an undirected network, right? So like this is going to be the electricity system. We need to respect the physics of the network. So like we need to make sure that Kirchhoff's laws are going to be respected in the market design from the very beginning. And then there's going to be some basic knowledge of the probability distribution of the random variables that are going to be affecting me. So I may know the mean and the variance of, for example, the load uncertainty or the wind variability. Okay. This is going to be affecting mostly the producers that are going to be using renewable energy. So let's start with a very simplified example. We have a producer with a certain good, which has a certain cost, and they have to satisfy a demand. The very simple problem is that you have a market administrator that is going to be trying to minimize the cost. And then there's going to be a producer that is trying to maximize their profit. And in equilibrium, the prices that I obtain from this equilibrium of supply with demand, which are going to be having a shadow price lambda, is going to be exactly equal to the price that each one of the individual participants is going to be having. Then I can get to a clearing condition in which both producers are going to be happy maximizing their profit, and the market administrator is going to be willing to dispatch at those levels, minimizing the cost. So we're going to be assuming that the market administrator is going to be maximizing the social welfare. The goods are going to be delivered over a certain network, and this is going to be an approximation because it's the DC approximation. We have uncertainty from the green producers, and the pricing should guarantee the revenue adequacy and expectation. The uncertainty modeling, there's different ways in which you can do it. Here, we're going to be doing based on chance constraints. Like some people actually have been using scenarios. So that's a more, like probably more papers have been into that area than with the chance constraints. Now, we're going to be assuming that there's a way in which actually we can transform that uncertainty based on the fact that we know that the error, for example, of the renewable energy is going to be normally distributed. And for that, we're going to be considering what is the ramping up and down that the generators need to do, and what is the dispatch of the renewable energy that I need, and how much of the supply or the total stated demand am I going to be supplying, right? So, in this case, this is going to be some load that may be checked. We're going to be minimizing the cost of the energy, the cost of the ramping for the different generators, the cost of spilling some wind, and then some compensation for the energy that is not procured. And this could be compensated at the value of lost load. So we have this expected operational cost, which is a very standard measure. The constraints on the nodes are the typical ones. So we need to make sure that actually the supply is equal to the demand. And like, for example, we're going to be satisfying this in day ahead and in the real time. The constraints on the edges are the flow over the network. The constraints on the supply are going to be related to, for example, ramping capabilities and like the limits of the generator. And the constraints of the demand is that if I have a certain stated demand, I want to be within certain limits. And basically, I don't want to shed all of the load that I have said that I want. We're going to be clearing this process. And then we assume that at least some of the load is going to be served. And that's the sum of all of the loads is going to be greater than zero, right? The sum of all of the loads served is going to be greater than zero. The pricing mechanisms allows me to find prices that actually satisfy consumers paying for the procurement of electricity in the day ahead, which is going to be with some factor that depends on the chance constraint, and in the real time, which is going to be this other price, which basically I put it like an inverse of the lambda, but that is going to be the real time price, and it's also going to be adjusted by the uncertainty. The conventional producers in day ahead are going to be paying the lambda of the market, and in real time they're going to be having the real time price plus a certain adjustment for whatever is the ramping up and down that they require. And the green producers, which are the main source of uncertainty in this model, are going to be paid a certain component that is based on the day ahead price, and then some components related to the uncertainty that they have. Right? And in real time, exactly the same components that we saw before are going to be playing, but then interacting with the real-time price, right? And like they say, in this case, they're going to be compensated for the shortages or surpluses that they provide. Overall, this is a comparison of the market mechanism, and I compare it to a case in which we have scenarios. So here are all of the prices that you get in the stochastic. In the chance constraint, the prices will be identical if there's no activation of certain extreme situations. For example, if ramping is not too extreme. In the real time, the main difference is that whenever you use the scenarios, you're going to need to take into account the probability of each one of the scenarios, which is this pi super omega that I'm showing over here. In the chance constraint, you don't need to worry about what is the scenario that happened. So I think that this consensus problem that I was talking about in the motivation is going to be much more easily solved. So some takeaways is that here I summarize a financially adequate pricing scheme that is not going to be depending on the scenario selected. The price signals are going to be allowing the managers to, for example, schedule their resources in a much more efficient manner. And for the renewable energy resources, they're going to be having, the managers are going to be having additional revenue streams that allow them to be more effective. There's going to be some extension to other pricing schemes, for example, that you can use based on chance constraints. Now, there's the policy issues regarding the protection of consumers from the price exposure, which is something that we saw here in the US with an extreme case like what happened in Texas with Winter Storm Uri. And some intertemporal effects, like, for example, what are the ramping effects between periods and adjustment costs. These are some of the references, and I look forward to the Q&A. Thank you.
탄소 중립의 과제를 안고 있는 우리에게
Regarding the goal of realizing and achieving carbon neutrality, we had some insights from the professor. So all of you were focusing on the presentation. Professor Madrid is joining us via online.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, thank you for your valuable time. 네, 그러면 현장에서 질문이 있으신
Now we are going to open up the floor to take questions. Please raise your hand if you have a question about the presentation of Professor Madrid. Please raise your hand. We will deliver a microphone to you. Professor Madrid is joining us virtually, so he is ready to answer your questions. So we have someone who raised his hand.
Hi, Professor. I have a question about your pricing scheme. There are two markets, real market and what day ahead markets. We think of any other schemes to settle down these markets. For example, we can use the derivatives as. So I just want to know how we can use the derivatives to settle down these two markets at the same time. In your model, these two markets are settled down the only one price. So I just want to know how to the risk management using these derivatives.
Right. Thank you so much for your question. So if you have any kind of financial instruments that can be used in order to hedge uncertainty, they would be affecting the supply and demand, like the constraint that I was showing with supply and demand. And most likely they're going to be moving the prices in a certain direction. So like, for example, if you have like some kind of financial participants, they can start doing like some hedging of whatever is the prices that they're going to be facing in the ahead and in real time. What we would expect is that the presence of these financial instruments is probably going to be allowing to better manage the uncertainty. So the variability that is being driven in the lambda and the nu that I use in the system is probably going to be lower period to period. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
네, 답변이 되셨을까요?
Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? The person sitting right next to the first person who asked the question.
The chance constraint. So let me ask you a question about the probability distribution. Because mathematically speaking, the chance constraint itself is very much beautiful. And also I actually agree to your point that chance constraint can be converted into the linear program under the condition that we already know the generation distribution and also the line rating and everything, right? But another important thing that we have to keep in mind is that the quality of the probability distribution is important, and depending on how accurately we predict or model the probability distribution of individual renewable resources, the solution quality will also be affected by that significantly, right? So in order for every single electricity market to actually adapt this chance constraint based approach, what kind of measures or methods can be implemented to have a more accurate probability distribution for the renewable energy resources?
That's an excellent question. And typically speaking, the reason why we are going to be using chance constraints is mostly because it avoids the issues that you have with scenarios, right? So with scenarios, you would need to start coming up with some way in which actually everybody agrees to the scenarios that you have included in your clearing of the market in the day ahead and in the real time. With the use of chance constraints, you're circumventing that kind of issue, right? You just need to have a better uncertainty. Now, how are you going to be getting to that point? It's mostly going to be advancements in terms of the forecasting that allows you to start reducing the overall uncertainty that distribution is going to be having, right? So but it's the problem that you're raising is clear that if there is some issues in terms of how was the variability that everybody is getting, and if it deviates from what is actually observed, there may be some variation that is not going to be priced into the market, right? So that's we would need to start improving on forecast technologies in order to allow us to better determine what our probability distribution function is going to be. So yeah, excellent question.
네, 다시 한번 연결해 주세요. 마이크가 나오지 않는 것 같습니다. 죄송합니다.
I'm sorry, the microphone is not working. 네, 그와 관련해서 그러면 추가 질문을 드리겠습니다. 동일한 시장 운영자가 더 나은 예측 모델을 모형을 가지고 있고
Aggregators role or independent power producers role to have a better assessment on their forecast.
I lost the first part of the question. So it was something about aggregators or independent power producers.
So let me rephrase it. Whose responsibility would that be, having a better understanding about those probability distribution if we were to actually implement the chance constraint in the market?
So in this model, Mostly the information is going to be aggregated at the independent system operator level, right? So like now there is an issue, and this is something that actually we're working in another project, that it's there's a possibility that actually there's going to be a lot of information that is disaggregated, right? Like each one of the different participants may have access to information that is not available at the centralized level, right? So like you need to start aggregating some of that. One of the solutions that we're proposing for this, which I didn't talk about in the presentation, is that you can create something that is an electric assets risk bureau. So similar to other forms of, like for example, rating, what is the uncertainty that like a company is going to be having in terms of their debt. With the electric assets risk bureau, you're going to be creating a score, and this score is going to be passing information to financial participants, to aggregators, to like other new entities that can start then hedging the risk, right? So like, it's probably gonna be a parallel market. So like similar to like what is happening with ancillary services, you're gonna be having the possibility of hedging in this co-optimized manner with this electric asset risk bureau, right? But like, that is something that would be additional information that is going to be aggregating content from, like, for example, what each one of the aggregators or other independent power producers are going to be producing.
Thank you.
네, 혹시 또 다른 질문
Any other questions? If not, this is the end of the first presentation.
Professor, thank you.
Thank you very much.
네, 알베르토 라마드리드 교수님께
Please give Professor Alberto Madrid another big round of applause. Thank you so much.
첫 번째
So I can see your active participation from the very first lecture. Next, we are going to have Researcher Fellow An Jae-gyun from KEEI. He's going to talk about measures to strengthen the role of variable renewable energy and ESS. Mr. An, please come up to the podium.
잠시 행사 진행에 있어서 LED에 결함이 생긴 것 같았는데요. 바로 시작을 해도 되나요?
So can we start now?
결함이 되는 부분을 빠르게 신속하게 처리를 하고 있다고 합니다. 준비가 됐다고 합니다. 네, 그러면
So
안재균 연구위원이
let me invite Mr. An to the podium. Are you nervous?
편안한 어뢰로 시작하시겠습니다.
No? Okay, so
역할 강화 방안이라는 주제로
he's going to give us a lecture on the measures to strengthen the role of variable renewable energy and ESS. Greetings, my name is An Jae-gyun. I'm going to talk about renewable energy and ESS. The title sounds huge, but I'd like to just talk about the fundamentals, the way the advanced countries are going into, how we can apply their ways to our market. First, I'd like to talk about the challenges of the electricity market and the role of variable renewable energy. The final target would be dispatchability. We see FIP can be the answer. The price signal in the wholesale market, it is uniform. We can expect some congestions. And what would be the right pricing scheme? We need to think about LMP. It's time to think about it. And the process of renewables entering into the system, the central auction market or the transmission plan, how we can achieve integration. We need to think about those things and the role of ESS. We need to diversify the function of ESS. We saw many formulas from the previous lecture, but I have many pictures and graphs. This shows the power system of Korea. 40% of demand is from the central area, and under the 10th base plan of power supply and demand, they have a new plan. Most electricity demand are located in the central area, but when it comes to the supply, the potential is in the Honam area. If you look at the third graphs, you can see the demand and supply of the Honam area. You will see the oversupply of electricity. This area has a huge potential, so if we encourage renewable investment in this area, we will see some increase in the cost for transmission. The increase of the transmission network is something that we have to resolve. And going forward, how we can secure power quality going forward. Renewables are concentrated in the Honam area. We will see some voltage issues going forward. How we can solve this in a cost-effective manner. Third, the goal of variable renewable is predictability, dispatchable, controllable abilities are the goal of these energy. We have 6 gigawatt for direct market. KEPCO PPM is twice 12 gigawatt, and we have others. The issue of KEPCO PPA, they are not conducted in the wholesale market, so we cannot see them. They are not measured in real time. They need to be dispatchable. These are the issue of the PPA, and the curve is expected going forward. Flexibility, ramping were the focus in the past, but now cost effectively how we can secure large-scale ESS are the challenge that we have. How we can start? I think FIP premium, feed-in premium is important. The price of the wholesale market should be delivered to the variable renewable energy. Because they are not cost effective, we need incentives. And how we can offer such incentives? FIP in the wholesale market is the solution. Then we can deliver the price of the wholesale market to them. We are selecting long-term fixed price contract. As you can see in the bottom, if we do FIP, when we have the curve, the price in the wholesale market will low, and after the sunset, we will see the change in the surplus curve. In other countries, if you change in the EU policy, in 2006, they adopted FIP obligation. And in the advanced countries, they are more than 20% of renewables. They are focusing on market effectiveness. So they are implementing FIP. If you look at the case of the Japan, you will see they moved from RPS to FIT and FIP. Now LMP, let's look at the LMP. They have congestion and loss as components. If you look at the Honam area in Korea, they have renewable potentials. If we have LMB, with the same congestions in the central area and in the Honam area, we will see 20 ons of difference, and this will send investment signal to the market. It's a good mechanism. And people are talking about regional differences in the wholesale market for generators. It's not good to send signal with pricing because short-term optimization can be achieved with this theory, so LMP can prevent distortion in the market. And if you look at the process going into renewable, you will see a complex RPS, tender, SPC, spot market, and self-construction. It's quite complicated in the RPS, and we don't have central auction market, and under the 10th base plan for energy supply and demand, investment to generate energy need to be evaluated. So going forward, the central tender market will be an effective way to integrate renewable energy for the economy of the scale. And large-scale ESS, if you look at the case of the Europe, virtual power lines and other things are now being tried because they are experiencing an increase in demand for grid. NWA are one of the ways to make investment in the grid. They have many different projects. Low carbon central markets and large scale ESS are Korea is pursuing for. And going forward, we will see congestions. And under these circumstances, how we can recruit such things. Which one is right, FIP or other things? So in the 11th basic plan for supply and demand, I think those things will be pursued differently when it comes to the recruitment. And for more than 500 kilowatts or higher BESS, I'm looking at the model of Australia, community battery model. It's about 1 megawatt. If you look at the picture, if it is more than 500, they can achieve the scale of economy of scale, and these batteries can be used in a multiple way for different purposes. So if you do BC analysis, it's more than one, but they are not feasible in terms of business, so they need subsidies. If they are used for reserves for feasibility adjustment, I think they will see more economic feasibility. I think this community battery model of Australia can be adopted to Korea with some measures. They can be used as the frequency adjustment reserve. Conclusion. Consensus need to be made. For the current Korea's electricity market, we have day-ahead market, but auxiliary services or real-time markets will be introduced going forward in Korea. But for variable renewable incentives, how we can send the price signal, I think the answer is FIP. And the entering process in the central tender market, how we can recruit effectively. We need to think about this. And when it comes to the role of ESS, as the dot cover will get more serious, ESS will become more important. They can serve more than just shifting. They can be used in a multiple way, like resolving congestions, or when it comes to distribution of supply and demand by region, we also need to be prepared for that. Thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. An. Let me start the Q&A session. He talked about the variable renewable energy and ESS. Is there anyone who has a question? If you raise your hand, I will pass the microphone to you. If you have any question, please raise your hand. We have one. Thank you very much for the lecture. ESS and renewables, I think you made a good point. For multiple functions of ESS, are you thinking about both the wholesale market or retail market to really use ESS? There is a barrier between them. It's not fully designed yet. And for renewables, expanding renewables to control renewables, how much we can achieve optimization of the ESS? Do you have any idea about this? For ESS, I think we can have two large scales, low carbon central market can recruit. Secondly, more between 500 and 1 megawatts, do we need to skip the ESS? The answer is no. I think there is a need globally for ESS. To facilitate investment in ESS, we need to think about the business model as well. I thought about it, and I focused on the community battery model of Australia, but economically not feasible. So BC, we get one for BC, but from my perspective, they can participate in the frequency regulation reserves in the wholesale market. Then they can perform some part of the role in the wholesale market. And for optimization of the ESS, the optimization model result need to come out. But I'd like to highlight that when it comes to more serious congestion issue going forward, the optimized capacity of ESS, I think the congestion also need to be taken into account. Oh, we have another one who has a question. Please pass the microphone to him. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. I'm interested in LMP. We are making Distribution Act. I think LMP is important here. The result of the simulation that you have shown, congestion loss and SMP, I think all these costs are included in this LMP. I think we need to calculate after considering all this. But how can we break down this LMP for pricing when we think about each and different area? I think it's quite an advanced question. I can only say that we can start from nodal. We should start with zones. It's more important. From the comments of the KPX, we have 6 zones, and when we implement them, the stakeholders need to understand them. So we should persuade them with the concept of zones for more transparent market as well. And after that, when we have a matured market, I think we can pursue nodal. Thank you. Another question? If you don't have, that will be end of the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Mr. An.
네, 다음 순서는
Next,
수요 혁신이라는 주제로
we will invite Professor Jihyeon Kim from GIST to the stage for the next presentation. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Jihyeon Kim from GIST. Today, I'd like to discuss what innovations will be needed and expected on the demand side. Innovations in the electricity market will be manifested in different forms and shapes in different sectors. There are electricity and power producers, and there are distributors, and there are, of course, consumers. So we all need innovations in all these different sectors. This slide shows what will happen and what will be needed when we try to achieve carbon neutrality. So innovation in the consumption area should be prerequisite to everything else. Let's take a look at a brief overview of Korea's energy landscape. You can have a glimpse of it at the table in the bottom of the page. As you can see here, you can see different figures about energy efficiency, and it is of course imperative that we have to increase energy efficiency. Next, one of the reasons why we need pursue innovations in the electricity market is that it's very clear we need electrification. Electrification driven by zero carbon generation sources will be here to stay. This is the direction we have to move forward. So how are we going to achieve electrification? We have to think hard about how we are going to achieve electrification. And this requires innovation in consumption of power. And this is associated with demand flexibility. Demand flexibility kicks in here. So at the end of the day, in the future, renewable energy sources will be the main sources for power, and renewable sources will be combined with different types of energies to provide more dispatchable flexibility. If we have some disruptions in supply, we cannot guarantee demand flexibility. So it is a high time for us to think hard about demand flexibility. In that sense, the terminology flexible consumer means a lot. They can produce and consume at the same time. So we will witness the emergence of flexible consumers. In the graph, you can see the share of electricity in our energy mix. Korea stands at above 20%. I don't know to how much extent Korea will achieve electrification, but optimism tells us that 50% of the Korea's energy mix will come from electricity. So our top priority is to increase energy efficiency. As I said earlier, we have to continue to increase energy efficiency. Today, my focus will be on how we will ensure flexibility on the demand side.
우선 수요가 유연화에
So we have this proposition that demand should be flexible. I believe all of you would agree with me. Then how can we ensure demand flexibility? And here are my suggestions. First, demand flexibility should be transactive. In other words, it should be transactionable demand flexibility. Next, we have to localize demand flexibility. Let's say supply and demand come from different areas. In that situation, even if we have demand flexibility, we will not be able to achieve our primary objectives. When demand and supply come from the same areas, we can increase demand flexibility. Next, sector coupling should be supported by demand flexibility. Last but not least, we need demand flexibility that can increase the quality of electrification. Let me delve into sector coupling. This is very significant. You have different definitions of sector coupling, but in short, sector coupling can be summed up as integration of energy systems. So sector coupling can encompass energy sectors and other sectors. And today my point is, when we talk about innovations on the demand side, traditionally we often mentioned electric laws, but in the future, innovations on the demand side should be bottom up. In other words, from the consumption side, we need to develop a demand with functionalities. We need to explore and identify those demands. So I define them as bottom-up demand. For that, we can use NWMA and behind-the-meter technology or approaches. Even in demand responses, peak cutting demand responses will take a backseat to system-oriented responses and two-way demand responses. It is also known as ramping up demand response. And ESS in behind the meter, renewable energy sources in behind the meter, and BPP, they are the examples of bottom-up demand. So we need to develop these resources more, and technically, we need innovations in these areas that I have just described. We also need innovations in policy areas. We need to redefine the governance regarding demand resources. In Korea, KPX takes the lead, and ISO is right at the center of the electricity market, and we have this wholesale market for power transaction and for dealing with transactions. But if we think about the consumption side, we can learn lessons from other areas. In Korea has been using ISO driven demand responses. But as I said earlier, we need to develop more innovations in the retailer side. And demand responses from the utility, and especially retail utilities, need to be developed. And innovative demand responses and innovations on the demand responses, let's assume that we already obtained them, then we will be better in dealing with overgeneration. Currently, many approaches and methods and technologies have been demonstrated. The examples include a heat pump and electronic boilers. So these are also the examples of sector coupling, and their purpose is the same. This is the power supply stability. Starting next February, there will be new electricity market. There will be more than one new electricity market, and one of them will be two-way market. And demand will not be dependent on forecasts. We will use bidding system more, and this requires more demand responses, and that will contribute to enhancing efficiency of the markets. And from the retailers' perspectives, as in the retailers are the bidders, and they will inevitably experience some risks in the markets. So they need some tools and means to hedge against the risks. For physical hedging, they can literally use demand responses. For financial hedging, they can use swap control and other means. And lastly, innovations and flexibility on the demand side have been dealt with only theoretically in the past. But if you look at other countries around the world, not just the electricity market and other areas and other industries, they are adopting more data-driven methods. So on top of the traditional and conventional methods, we will be using more data-driven approach. By data-driven approach, I mean when we develop a new policy, we take the most out of raw data and use diverse mathematics to create data sets, which is the most important part here. And we can use the data sets for more experience. And the next stage will be developing pilot programs. And those pilot programs will contribute to advancing our market. And this is the ideal structure that I envision. So I strongly believe that we will adopt data-driven approaches. And these are the results of our research. This is just for your information. When we interpret and translate bottom-up demand flexibility, I believe the agent-based data-driven approach is very effective. There are small-scale analysis, for example, small analysis or small electric vehicle, and we will have more or larger scale database. So we will need to develop a modeling approach for behaviors, and they will have a certain impact on the electricity market. This requires some analytics and interpretation. And to maximize the innovation in demand side, we can take more advantage of this new approach. So for innovations in on the demand side, new approaches will be needed. And this is an example, but in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this. I'm not going to go into detail. So this is my conclusion. Innovations for the electricity market should come from different areas simultaneously. So innovation should be made on the demand side as well. And we need regulatory frameworks. We need to design adequate incentive mechanism and governance. And we have to think realistically. We have different stakeholders in the electricity market. Different stakeholders, they have different responsibilities. We need to design responsibilities and roles are allocated equally. And the most important enablers that induce consumption is price and tariff. So we need adequate price schemes and tariffs, both in the retail and the wholesale markets. And their structure should be passed through. When it happens, new operators and new business will be able to provide us with new services. For technology innovation, I already suggested my solutions earlier, but if I can add one more thing, we have developed technologies and our emphasis has been on demonstration of the technology. But in the future, I believe there will be a shift toward ensuring and proving that the technology can have an impact in our livelihood. So we need more demonstrations that can show effectiveness. This is the end of my presentation. Professor Jihyeon Kim, thank you so much for your insightful presentation. We are in the phase of transformation in the electricity market. Now I will open up the floor to take questions from the audience. If you have any questions, please raise your hand.
예, 교수님 말씀 잘 듣습니다.
Thank you, Professor, for your presentation. I fully agree with you when it comes to innovations on the demand side. You are the expert. ISO, demand innovation. As you said, you expressed it very beautifully, but there are challenges facing us. Retail DR can be one of the tools in other countries, but if you look at the Korean market, there's only one massive utility. So I'm not sure if we can ensure your idea, we can realize your idea. And ISO DR has a different objective from retail DR. Retail DR's primary objective is to maximize profits. Then there could be a collision between wholesale DRs and retail DRs. So whose side should we take? Utility has had no need to be involved with retail DR. But for electric charging, regardless of system load, prices have been set. So for us, it is more ideal that prices should be designed that would focus and emphasis on systems. And thank you for your comment. So my short answer is we should do better. Your first question, if I understand correctly, is about when there is no competition in sales, how the innovation on demand side how effective the innovation on the demand side will be. Of course, competition is important. Competition will be required, but we have to think about with which methods we will encourage competition. And there will be a new area on the innovation for the innovations on the demand side. As we all know, DR has been transacted in the Korea Power Exchange, but it was totally opposite several decades ago. It was KEPCO, but we have finally reached here. So I think finally, at the end of the day, it will be 50-50. Retailer will ensure economic feasibility, but I agree with you. There will be a potential collision, and ISO will not give up on financial DR, which is already happening in other countries. I think Korea will follow the footsteps of other countries. There is another question. Thank you very much for your presentation. We are seeing this increase in renewable energy sources on the supply side, and the same thing is expected to happen on the demand side. In 2008, there was data released. Overall DR will account for 20% of the total demand, but it is only 5 to 6% in Korea. But overall, the 50% at the tail should come from bidding, as you pointed out in your presentation. But in the US and in FOC, digitalization has been advanced on the demand side, especially for cooling and heating. All the devices have been digitalized. And digitalization will be more effective for controlling the demand side. If you look at the DR, we are shifting toward incentive. But if we try to control more, basically, the devices, we will see that devices on the demand side would have been already digitalized. When they are controlled, we will see immediate effects. But the problem is there are too many devices. So as you rightly pointed out, as you proposed an idea for bidding, if you look at the digitalization, accurate measuring, effective measuring of a number of small devices and controlling them. We moved past the stage of simulation for them. We are already using them. But if, as you suggested, we can use the bottom-up approach, we can ensure this happens faster than we expected, and it can lead to a larger market, which is one of the benefits. But if we fail to control, there will be problems in the market. That is one problem, but another problem is that we have to consider the manufacturing sector and the heating and cooling. As I said earlier, the number is only 5 to 6% in Korea in terms of energy efficiency. So what are your take of my comment? I agree with you. Thank you for your insight. So if I understand your comment correctly, we need to create demand from the new business areas, and we are already seeing this in other countries. But as I said earlier, we can not expect this will happen overnight. There will be trials and errors before we get there. But the reason I focus on innovations on the demand side, more technically speaking, the bottom-up side, because we have more potential innovations on that side. But that requires more prerequisites, including adequate compensation and adequate price systems. Any other questions? No one on this side has asked questions. I hope we have someone from this side ask a question. If not, we will wrap this session up.
아, 알베르토 교수님께서 강연을 듣고 질문 있으시다고 합니다. 교수님, 괜찮으실까요?
Professor Alberto has a question for you, Professor Kim. So do we have Professor Alberto with us?
I'm assuming that you actually can hear me. So I have a question in terms of the extent of competition that you have in Korea. In the case of the US, there is retail competition in some states. Not every state has it. And even in the states in which there's competition, most consumers are actually facing regulated rates, right, which are controlled by a public utility commission. So in Korea, do you have many consumers actually facing real-time prices? And do you foresee that there's going to be regulatory reforms that actually make more consumers face those kind of like real-time fluctuations? Or what kind of like protections do you think that are going to be put into place? Thank you.
제가 잘 알아들었는지 모르겠지만 뭐 이제 실제
I'm not sure if I understand the question correctly, but if I understand correctly, he asked about how consumers are exposed to real-time prices in Korea. There are no Korean consumers that are exposed to real-time prices. So I'd like to put this way, we don't have a real-time market in Korea yet. In session 2, another speaker will tell you more details. So we may be able to create a real-time market and adopt new innovations to increase efficiency in the electricity market. We have some plans, and I believe we will have a real-time market in the future, but not yet in Korea. Does that answer your question?
네네, 잘
I think Professor Jino Kim's presentation has been very engaging. Thank you so much for your answers. Please give Professor Jino Kim another big round of applause. Thank you so much.
전력
Today we have invited many experts and players in this conference. And thanks to your active participation, I think this conference is going really successful. So, under the theme of stabilizing the power system through electricity market reform, we are successfully proceeding with this conference. I expect your continuous active participation. Please wait until we finish the rearrangement of the podium. We will have a panel discussion. The moderator role will be served by Professor Chu Sung-kwan from Korea University, and the panelists are Professor Cho Hong-jong from Dankook University and Professor Kim Ji from Cantech. Please wait until we finish the rearrangement of the podium. Thank you.
네, 패널 토론
So it's time to start the panel discussion. Let me introduce our moderator and panelist. Professor Chu Sung-kwan from Korea University will serve as our moderator today. And as our panelist, we have Professor Cho Hong-jong from Dankook University. And next to him, Professor Kim Ji from Korea Institute of Energy Technology. Please give them a big round of applause. So from now on, I will turn the podium to our moderator. Greetings. My name is Chu Sung-kwan, your moderator today. First of all, it's very nice to meet you all. Before we start the panel discussion, let me introduce our panelists. Today we have Professor Cho Hong-jong from Dankook University and Professor Kim Ji from Cantech. This session is about stabilizing the power system through electricity market reform. We had three different presenters today. Professor Alberto Madrid talked about the results of his work, the result of new mechanism. And as a second speaker, we had Mr. An Jae-gyun. He talked about FIP as an incentive for renewables and ESS. And lastly, Professor Kim Jin-ho explained about demand-side innovation, governance, policy innovation. From now on, our panelists will present their comments on those presentations. First, Professor Cho Hong-jong from Dankook University. How much time do we have? I think we are quite a lot behind the schedule, so we only have 25 minutes. Okay, I will finish within 10 minutes. For electricity market, if you look at the global trend or the desirable direction. We use a lot of decarbonizing, decentralization, deregulation, digitalization. These four is something that we must achieve. And there are means for that. Marketization for electricity traded in the market. I think we need to see a clearer picture, and we need to develop more products. I asked about derivatives. We need to more develop the derivatives or various contract schemes for risk management. I think that's the market that we need to have in the future. And as to grow as an industry, the electric market need to grow further with global competitiveness to export to other countries. That's the picture of the electric market in the future. That's the role of the KPX and the system connection, R&D sector. All these are connected for that role. That's the beginning of my remarks. Recently, I visited Australia. I visited commissioners from the Electricity Committee, and I met many generators, consultants, and learned about Australian market. And I felt almost embarrassed about our situation because we don't have any market structure. We have only one retailer. The product we have is just a day-ahead market. And we were asked if we have a real-time market. And we said, no, I'm quite frustrated with the current situation. And innovation, policy development, all these issues are accumulated. The capital deficit, financial situation, the lagging behind Korean market, the fundraising, all these are serving as risks for our market. So going forward, when we look at the electricity market, eco-friendly is something that we must keep. And to stably supply electricity, this is the goal that we have to value. And for stable and fair electricity supply, which we have been achieving with more renewables, with more volatility, we need to think about how we can solve all this. And that's what we have discussed today. To solve this, I think we need markets for investment to develop our industry. A market that does not provide compensation will not work. So we have to continue to stably provide electricity going forward, but we need to think about how we've been doing our work so far. So how the system will manage risks, this is something that needs to be solved by the MOs of the KPR. KPX has the responsibility. And about the digitalization, do we have the capability for that? When we think about the amount of work that the employees of KPX has to do in the autumn, I think we are going to have a difficult situation going forward. Investment in technology, R&D, and market clearing to provide enough incentives, taking the risk. When we think about this, I think we need to maintain the level of risk to the extent that we can bear. And without innovation in the retail market, we cannot solve these problems. And the presentation that we had today will be the starting point of our discussion to these problems. In the second session, I will think we will have more discussion on the fact that we cannot maintain the market as it is today. You might think I'm talking about too much risk, but it is obvious to me. The things that I'm talking about will come. The moment of truth. I think we should decide if we will prepare or if we will be faced with such risks. So we need to get prepared. But the political arena or the government, I'm not sure if they are really prepared for that. Decentralized electricity plan and the system operation or the electricity mix authorities have been centralized. We always follow their directions. They talked about specific numbers like percentage, but I don't know how much we can do differently or with all the same way. So I think we should act now. NWA, ESS, flexible resources should be promoted with our effort. This market will see compensation. How much we talk about DR, fast DR, without compensation, we will not see any success. At least participants need incentives to act. And I think by making investment, I think we can build innovative system. That's the way the electricity system need to go. I have a lot of things to talk about, but this will end my comments. Thank you very much. It was really insightful. I thought RO is regional operator, but it was responsive operator. Now I'll turn the microphone to Professor Kim Jip.
네,
Hello everyone, I'm Kim Jip from Kentech. I learned a lot from the three speakers in this session, and they all dealt with very timely topics. The first point I'd like to make is that we have been using conventional resources when we didn't have an increase in renewable energy sources in the energy mix. So we have been using a deterministic method. But now we have renewable energy in our energy mix. Now we have to change. We are still using deterministic method, and the electricity market and many other energy markets are trying to accept innovations. That is why I asked the question for the first speaker, and we learned a lot of insights from the first speaker, Professor Madrid, and he mentioned about stochasticity, and the price will be determined, and it will not be a deterministic price, it will be a stochastic price, and that will inherently include uncertainties and variability. So can we force the market participants to accept this type of a price? Maybe we can argue that they can maximize their profits by using this stochastic pricing. And there are many literatures that suggest in-depth solution for realizing the stochastic pricing. Here's my thought. Even without changing the current market structure, we can still apply this stochastic price mechanism. In the deterministic method, we already set the scheduled resources, and based on that, we decide our compensation level. But if we move toward the stochastic method, we can set price depending on different renewable energy sources, for example, wind power or solar power. And the adequate level of generated resources will be determined automatically, and that will lead to a reduction in unnecessary costs, and that will give more benefits and more compensation specifically to the market participants. This means a lot in terms of benefits. So I think we should set aside some time to think about this. And my second point is about the second speaker, Professor An. And I'd like to thank him for giving us very insightful definition. He also suggested the direction we have to move forward. And regarding LMP, You showed us energy congestion and loss. That is very textbook-like LMP model. But we have to think again what LMP model we are going to apply for different reasons. He also mentioned the nodal and Jones. But when it comes to LMP, as you know, the KPX model uses shadow pricing, and that is in part, that is a sort of LMP. But when we talk about reliability, because we are discussing reliability and stability of the electricity market, what constraints should we apply to ensure stability and reliability in the electricity market? We should overcome the inertia in mathematics, and the inertia mathematics can be included in LMP. So we have to deal with these different equations regarding LMP. So we are having these market participants, they are considering flexibility and resource flexibility. Regarding the last speaker, Professor Chino Kim, if I understand correctly, I think his point is feasibility. It's all about feasibility. System operators, let's say they have so many renewable resources in their energy mix, and it increases the difficulty of their management. So this requires some solutions, and the solutions, most solutions can come from the demand side. Behind the meter is one example, and DR, they should be more visible, especially in the KPX and the electricity market. I think his point is this, and that requires collection of SMRs or small-scale resources, and that means the importance of navigators. And this was briefly mentioned during the Q&A session, and SDR was recently adopted for system reliability. We are talking about this, but when the system frequency goes down, we try to shut it down, but it is very difficult for market participants to understand this process. But even within the short time frame, we can still realize some demand. So aggregators can tell each market operators and participants that you have this much and how much flexibility you can give us in return. And we need this communication. And that's the direction we have to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim Jip. I think trans-constraint optimization, Stochasticity, something, there are many things that I'm not really aware of. I think this is quite academic. It's a really academic conference, I think. So our panelists have summarized and made comments about the presentation that we have. From now on, we will take questions from the floor, and please identify yourself.
안녕하세요.
이상호, SK Conferences. I raised my hand because it seems like others don't have a question. Listening to what you've been saying, I think everyone is thinking about as renewables become dominant, we have uncertainties. And with this, we are concerned about system stability. This is something we all are thinking about. And while designing markets, I think we are all keeping this in mind. When we find the solutions, economic feasibility, stability, between these, we think about optimization. And when we design new markets for initial stability, I thought about sustainable formula that can strengthen the stability of the system. I thought about it. So, from economic point of view, about the fact that I thought about how do you see this? Thank you very much. Professor Cho Hong-jong will answer to the question. When you apply factors, there are trade-offs while optimization, all the things, stochastic or other things need to be considered with the cost, how we see and analyze the cost. There is no fine solution in our market. We have only one retailer. We cannot respond to any variability. We need to diversify pricing. Electricity need to have different prices in different conditions and situations. So to respond to volatility, derivatives, insurances, term market contractors, all these flexible resources should be consumed in our market for good compensation. We need to more active for this. And to this end, our market needs to open more. Otherwise, how many changes we make, how much good price we have in the wholesale market, we cannot pass that to the retail market, then these efforts will be useless. Of course, we can have some ways to decrease the cost, but it's not a complete solution. So with diverse pricing, for that to be working in the market, I think we need to have a good retail market. Thank you very much. Is there an additional question?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Young-moon Kim, the CEO of Korea East-West Power. I'm not holding this microphone to ask a question. Some of you may know that I'm a kind of an outsider of the electricity market, so it is very hard for me to follow what you've been discussing. But I think I learned a lot from this discussion. So we have these power systems. Our common goal, I believe, is how we ensure stability and reliability of our power systems. I think we should think out of the box. What I mean by that is that the conventional generators, such as coal, they are controllable. We can switch them on and off. It's a large scale generator, and they are in a limited location. But future generators, there will be renewable energy sources. They are out of our control, and they are very small scale. And we cannot choose the site for renewable energy sources. So we has been accustomed to controllable energy sources and generators, but now we are moving toward renewable energy sources that are not controllable. So this is a huge evolution. So to cope with that, we need totally new systems. So we may have to take the most out of the existing facilities and locations. So once again, we have to think out of the box. We are trying to deal with variability coming out of renewable energy sources with the conventional methods. And another point I'd like to make is BIP and photovoltaic power on a building. Do you think we can make them happen? If we can make that happen, it is revolution. It will be revolution because households will be sellers of power, not just consumers. Then it will lead to more than 20 million sellers of power, individual sellers. So I wanted to make this comment. Thank you very much for your comment. The first part of your comment is about VPP and new technologies to deal with the variability of new renewable sources. And the second part of your comment can be addressed better with these two panelists or Dr. An Jae-kyun.
제가
Okay, I'll take the question. While studying the electricity market, now I'm working for a renewable team. And BIPV is quite focused by Korea Power of East West, and they are making investment in this. For BIPV, for economic feasibility, we need tandem technology to dramatically decrease the cost. It is something that is ongoing, and BIPV, when it comes to, there is interior demand, so it can be energy cost or interior cost. It's quite complex issue, so I cannot give you a simple answer when it comes to economic feasibility. And for this, with economic feasibility, how we can respond to the issues on the power system. As the act on distributed power has just passed, and as we have more sophisticated system, I think the distribution network is something quite important going forward on the system. Thank you very much for your answer. Now I will take the very last question from the floor. Is there anyone who has a question? Okay, at the last row. Very nice to meet you. My name is Kang Do-young. I'm a researcher. I have one question. For LMP, why it is introduced? I think the increase of renewables and disbalanced supply location are the reasons. Then I'm concerned for if LMP lead to more investment in the capital area, then it will reduce the new establishment of renewables. And how do you see about this, Mr. An Jae-kyun? You talked about FIP, but is there any other scams that we can look at? It's a good question. So it's also a question for Mr. An Jae-kyun. Because I'm studying the electricity market and renewables at the same time, for LMP, in the central area, if we introduce LMP, it will increase SMP. So in the wholesale market, the signal will be favorable for the central area. Then the renewables can be located in the central area more. And for FIP, and if FIP is combined with LMP, it will generate synergy. So a proper amount for Honam area, and in the central area, a proper level of supply cost with FIP and LMP, and it will decrease the entire cost for Korea. So FIP and LMP are quite good matching under some principles. There are many reports on this. But LMP is not introduced in the Europe. FIP has been introduced, and in the US, they introduced LMP. So there is no case where we can see the synergy effect of FIP and LMP at the same time. So in this sense, I think Korea can become a good example going forward. So in conclusion, from academic point of view, FIP and LMP are good matching. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. And thank you for your active participation. Please give all of us a big round of applause. This wraps up the first panel session. Thank you.
고려대학교 주성관 교수.
Professor Sung-Kwan-ju from Korea University, thank you very much for being very punctual and being a great moderator for the panel discussion. And I'd like to thank all of you for staying with us despite the little delay in our schedule. And I'd like to thank Professor and researcher An Jae-gyun for his hard work. Thank you so much. And this is the end of the first panel session. We will take a 20-minute break before beginning the second session. In the second session, we will discuss boosting the new energy market and new energy business. Those who are joining us via online, please leave your review of this conference on the online chat window. We will have a lucky draw and give you some gifts to the winners. Thank you so much.
잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 오후 3시 45분
The second session will start at 3:45. All the attendees, please make your entrance into the hall and take your seats. May I have your attention, please? The second session will start at 3:45. All the attendees, please make your entrance to the hall and take your seats.
Walking alone in the middle of the night, we shine bright than a diamond. We were strangers at the start, now we can't be apart. Sitting in the back of the cab, listen to hits from the past. Memories slowly arouse. I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop thinking about you. Whenever I'm not with you, it feels like falling down. I can't stop thinking about you. Stop thinking about you. Stop thinking about you. Stop thinking about you. Looking at pictures from the past, want to remember what we had. Haven't found anyone like you, baby, I don't know what to do. I'm trying to figure it out, but my mind is filled with doubt. When you're not here by my side, I can't stop thinking about you. I can't stop thinking about you. You can never say never was what they sang. The fray from my speakers when we laid in bed. Younger now than we were before. It's you that I truly adore. Stop thinking about you. I can't stop thinking about you. Can't stop thinking about you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
So the second session will start at 3:45 under the theme of promoting a new electricity market and the new energy industry. Attendees, please make your entrance and take your seats.
주제로 두 번째 세션을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 모두 행사장 안으로 들어오셔서 자리에 앉아 주십시오.
All the attendees, please make your entrance to the hall.
네, 여러분 업계분들 오랜만에 만나서 즐거운
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you are enjoying your coffee break. Please make your entrance to the hall. From now on, we will start the second session. The theme of this session is promoting a new electricity market and the new energy industry. And the first presentation will be delivered by McNally Phil from UCL on separating electricity from gas prices through green power flows. Unfortunately, He could not be with us in person, but he sent a video presentation. Please give him a big round of applause.
I'm a research fellow in electricity markets at University College London, based here in the UK. I'm delighted to have been invited to this 19th edition of the Seoul International Conference on Electricity Markets. So today I'll give you an overview of UK experience with electricity markets and an introduction to the market design proposal, which myself and Professor Michael Grubb have been working on for the past few years. Michael is one of the leading energy economics and electricity market experts in the world, so I would urge you to follow his work. In regards to myself, as I say, I'm currently a research fellow at UCL. My background has been sort of 5 years in energy and electricity market design. I spent 3 years at Energy UK, the trade association and representation of the private energy sector in the UK, where I was focusing on low carbon electricity policy. And then I spent about just under 2 years at the Tony Blair Institute, focusing on net zero and energy research. So today I'll take you through 3 key parts of the presentation. So the first part will be some context around the electricity system in Great Britain and how it's changed over the last 10 to 20 years. The second part will look at decarbonising electricity in the UK and what needs to be done and by when. And then the third part will look in more detail at electricity market design. What are the issues with the current system and what do we think needs to be done to resolve those issues? So this slide here gives you an overview of the UK electricity generation mix of the last 20 years or so. So you can see the red line there around 2013, 2014 was the introduction of what we call EMR, electricity market reform in the UK. And this is the last major reform of electricity markets in the UK. It introduced 4 new elements to the UK market: the contracts for difference scheme, which offered competitively allocated fixed price contracts to renewable generators for generation. We had a new carbon price, which effectively made gas cheaper than coal to run and was a key driver of ensuring that coal was moved off the UK electricity system. As you can see to the right side of the graph, the black bars decreasing rapidly down to where we are today. Coal only produces around 2% of emissions, 2%, of electricity generation in the UK today. We also had the capacity market scheme, which offers a competitively allocated payment to power plants to be on the system for periods of high demand to ensure that the demand is always met and the system is secure. And finally, we had the emissions performance standard, which set emissions limit on power plants and was a regulation that also helped to reduce the amount of coal-fired power generation in the UK. So we've seen a rapid change, especially in the last 10 years or so, in the UK electricity system. Here we have two charts that show where the UK needs to go over the next 10 to 12 years or so. The target that the UK government has set is for a decarbonised electricity system by 2035. Electricity is also very important in the system because we expect electrification of other sectors to be a key element of decarbonising the whole UK economy by 2050. So currently in the UK, in terms of heating homes, 85% of the population, 85% of the 29 million homes across the UK heat their homes using natural gas boilers. We expect the vast majority of these heating systems to transition to electric heat pump systems over the next 10 to 20 to 30 years. On the vehicle side, obviously the majority of cars in the UK at the moment are petrol and diesel cars, but we are rapidly growing the number of electric vehicles in the UK. And we expect electric vehicles to be the dominant vehicle on the system sort of from 2035 beyond. In fact, the government does have a target and a regulation, which means fossil fuel and petrol vehicles will no longer be sold in the UK beyond 2030. So all of this means that there will be far more demand on the electricity system in the UK. We expect electricity capacity to need to at least double in the next 12 years to meet that demand. And this means huge increases in solar and offshore wind, as well as the introduction of new technologies such as gas with carbon capture and storage, and hydrogen, low carbon hydrogen via generation. The right-hand chart is an indicative generation mix from this capacity in 2035. We can see that the vast majority of electricity was coming from renewables and nuclear, the green and orange bars, and so there is still some unabated gas on the system, the grey bars at the bottom, but emissions from that is expected to be offset by the purple bars underneath the zero line, which will be negative emissions from bioenergy with carbon capture and storage. It's interesting that the UK expects to become a to change from being a net importer of electricity to becoming a net exporter of electricity by 2035. And this is because of all that renewable capacity that will be built, the offshore wind, onshore wind and solar capacity, means at certain times of the year, for potentially a lot of the year, the UK will be generating more electricity than is required, and we will therefore have excess electricity to sell to our neighbours, France, Germany, Belgium, Norway, all these countries that we have interconnectors with. So I think that is a high-level overview of the system as it stands. But what needs to be done in order to deliver that change between now and 2035? So there's three key areas to focus on. You may have heard them referred to in the past as the energy trilemma. So firstly, we must create an attractive investment environment to bring forward the billions of pounds of capital investment that will be needed to deliver the 100+ gigawatts of new generation capacity and storage. Supply chain investment and coordination will also be key to ensure that we have the capacity to build all of this brand new infrastructure across the UK. With all this new generation capacity that needs to go into the system, there comes a challenge in moving that electricity around the country. So the second chart here to the bottom left shows how the electricity flows will change across the country between now and 2030. We will have far more renewable generation in the north of the UK, so off the coast of Scotland, far more demand in the southeast where the population is concentrated and people have electric vehicles and electric heating systems, and therefore we will have a need to move far more electricity across the UK, across the country from north to south, and as a result we will need far more transmission capacity and wires to carry all that power across the country to where it's needed. Currently we have an issue in the UK where planning and consenting regulations are creating delays of up to 13 years for new transmission capacity. So there's a clear sort of administrative barrier that needs to be overcome there. Finally, looking towards the right of this slide, we can see that all of this work for net zero will only really be affordable if energy bills to the end consumer remain affordable. The chart shows historical energy bills up to Q1 in 2023, so this year to March 2023. And these projections are now out of date, but they show that wholesale prices rose to unprecedented highs in mid to late 2022 into early 2023. And we have now seen prices drop off a little bit more since then. But you can see just how desperate the picture is for households. Government has had to step in with support, and at one point this winter was paying for half of household energy bills. In fact, households were paying energy bills that were twice the pre-crisis level. And at the same time, government picked up a bill of around 40 billion supporting the remaining side of the bills there that you can see towards the end of 2022 and into 2023. So clearly this is not a sustainable solution in the long run. So moving on to electricity market design, what this means for electricity market design and the challenges that we are facing today. So this slide is designed to show the changing nature of the GB system. At the top left, we can see how the key characteristics of the system are changing as we move from a fossil fuel-based system to one that will be dominated by renewables in the future. So for the fossil fuel technologies, we know that they are baseload technologies. They like to run most of the time. They're also flexible, what we would call dispatchable technologies, which means that you're able to turn them on and off to respond to changes in demand on the system. On the other side, the new technologies, wind and solar, are variable technologies. So they generate according to the weather conditions, the amount of sun, the amount of wind. They're also inflexible. We are not really able to turn these technologies on or off according to
the demand on the system. The project cost profile I will come on to a little bit more detail below, but generally the costs are dominated by fuel costs for existing technologies, the gas and coal, whereas for new technologies, the overall project costs are dominated by capital costs, the actual construction of the power plant, because the fuel costs when the power plant is in operation are effectively zero, because the wind and sun are free resources. The role in the market is really interesting. So for gas and coal-fired power plants, they tend to operate at the margin of the market. You can see on the chart on the right-hand side, the dark bars, those are the high-cost technologies that are operating flexibly at the margin to meet demand at any one time. This means that they have very differentiated prices reflecting the variable costs on the system. In contrast, the new technologies, wind and solar, are price takers in the system. They will run whenever they're able to, whenever the wind is blowing, whenever the sun is shining. They are very low-priced technologies and therefore will always be chosen before the fossil fuels. They require stable prices reflecting the capital repayments. So if we look below here to the two horizontal bars, we can see the fundamental differences between the old and new technologies. Namely, this is the proportion of capital expenditure to operational expenditure over the lifetime of the project. For the typical gas-fired power station, the bottom bar, the dominant fossil fuel technology in the GB system, capital costs typically contribute to less than 10% of the overall lifetime cost of the project. Whereas for the typical offshore wind project, the top bar here, the capital costs contribute to around 60% of overall lifetime cost of the project. Now, this has big implications for project risk and therefore a project's ability to raise capital and the associated cost of that capital. In short, the high capital costs, the high CapEx balance means that investors are in a more exposed position when investing in renewables projects. As a result, volatility is a risk to investment in these types of projects. The more uncertain the revenue stream, the higher the risk, the higher the interest rate applied to the capital, and therefore the higher overall project cost. Whereas if the revenue stream can be made more certain, investment risk falls, the associated interest on the capital loans also falls, and the overall project cost falls as a result. In summary, this means that revenue certainty is absolutely critical for renewable projects and any other project with a high CapEx balance. On the right, we have the merit order of the GB electricity system. On the y-axis is the price, and on the x-axis is generation capacity or the demand that needs to be met at any one moment on the system. So at any time, at any given moment in the system, to meet demand on the system operator will stack generation from the cheapest to the most expensive until demand is met. So we will move from the left-hand side of this chart over to the right-hand side. The power plant at the margin sets the market price for that period, and all of the generators receive that price. This is what we call a pay-as-clear, short-run marginal cost price system. This has worked fine in the past in the UK when fossil fuels were relatively dominant in the system, and they have pretty similar prices. However, as renewables become more dominant, and we see the fossil fuels shifted towards the right, what we now have is effectively a system of two prices. The very low short-run marginal cost price of renewables, due to the absence of fuel cost, as I said, the wind and sun are free resources, is very different from the high short-run marginal cost of fossil fuels. So in the short term, technologies on the left side here can earn a significant windfall if they are not on fixed priced government contracts. And this results in consumers overpaying for their energy. In the long run, as renewables become more dominant and are able to meet demand on their own without fossil fuels, the wholesale price will collapse towards zero, creating a significant long-term risk for investors in recouping their capital. We see that this situation shows that the marginal cost curve is already split, and therefore continuing to treat the two pools of generation as one is clearly unsustainable as we move towards the future system. As a result, we've been doing a lot of work and a lot of thinking around alternative market design options, and now I'll take you through where we've come to. So here is our lead option for wholesale market electricity design in the UK, the green power pool. Sorry, I just skipped 2 slides. So I'll now take you through this design starting at the top left. So qualifying green generators would hold a fixed price contract similar to CFDs to sell their power to the green power pool. At the top right, the remaining generators, the other generators in the market, will continue to sell their power as they do today into the wholesale market at the short-run marginal cost price. This is effectively the split that we already have in the current market, but it just treats the two technologies separately at the starting point. At times when the green power pool does not meet demand, the green power pool will buy additional power from the wholesale market. These are the two lines that you can see running across the top of the middle boxes. And they will buy that additional power to top up supply to meet demand. Whereas at times in the future, where there may be more generation, renewable generation on the system, and the green power pool is more than able to meet demand, and there is excess power in the green power pool, the green power pool would then sell this excess electricity to the wholesale market at the market clearing price, so a relatively cheap price. And this offers cheap electricity for storage and other flexible assets. Looking towards the bottom, on the left, the GPP would have two broad groups of customers: non-residential large energy users such as industry, and residential customers, household customers who would receive their GPP, the green power pool power, through a franchise supplier. Both of these customers would receive a two-tiered energy bill. The first tier would provide the assured price of electricity from the green power pool, the price being determined by the average cost of the fixed price contracts within the green power pool. The second tier would be the marginal cost of electricity from the wholesale market required from the GPP when supply does not meet demand. We believe that this structure would maintain efficient short-run marginal cost pricing on non-green generators, while introducing long-run marginal cost pricing for green generators. This aligns the pricing mechanism to the financial characteristics of the two technology groups and delivers certainty for both investors, whilst also delivering accuracy of prices for customers. We believe this is the fairest way forward for customers, and it also gives confidence to the market to invest in more green and renewable technology. Finally, just a quick case study of something that could be done with green power pool supply. So with a clear stream of low-cost renewable electricity, governments will have the option to target that supply at priority customers. In GB, Great Britain, we have identified steel plants as a clear example of a possible priority beneficiary group for GPP supply. The reasons we identify steel as being important is that it is a strategically important sector to the UK. It is also a sector with high energy usage and emissions, and it faces the most immediate threat to international competitiveness. So access to low-cost, reliable, priced, and clean electricity from a green power pool would make the steel sector more competitive. It would provide a long-term certainty of electricity prices, which in turn would give steel power plants confidence to invest in electrifying their operations, so switching from blast furnaces to electric arc furnaces. And of course, that would lead to a rapid reduction in emissions from the steel sector. We've heard recent reports that the UK government has been offering 600 million to the UK's two blast furnace sites to convert to electric arc furnaces, but that would require billions of co-investment from the companies themselves. And at the moment, with the uncertainty around electricity prices, they just do not seem to be in a position to want to make that investment. So having this long-term certainty over electricity prices could really help provide an incentive for that switch from blast furnace to electric arc furnace. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. Thank you very much for listening, and please do get in touch if you have any questions. I hope you do enjoy the rest of the conference today. Thank you for your time.
네, 좋은 강연 해주신 런던.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Now we are going to have the Q&A session. Actually, because he cannot attend this conference, he sent us a video with pre-limited questions. Let's meet him together.
Hello and thank you. I'm very glad to join this Q&A session. So thank you for the first question. So is the Green Power Pool an idea in the UK's REMA, or Review of Electricity Market Arrangements process, or the EU's reform of electricity market design? So it's a good question, and it betrays very good knowledge of the developments of UK energy and electricity policy. So for those that are not aware, the Review of Electricity Market Arrangements, or REMA as we refer to it, is the first major review of electricity market arrangements in the UK since 2013, and that electricity market reform process that I mentioned in one of the first slides in my presentation. So it's quite an exciting reform. It's a big opportunity for change in the UK system. And I think it's actually an example that hopefully other countries around the world will be able to learn a lot from, because we really are stepping into the unknown here. The Green Power Pool proposal is indeed one of the formal options being considered as part of that process. The next step in that process will be a second consultation from government, which we expect to be released in November this year. At this point, government aims to further narrow down the options for reform and consult on the various benefits and drawbacks of the remaining options. Of course, we're in regular discussion with government officials, and we hope that the Green Power Pool continues through this next stage of consultation. We really do think that we need to see decoupling of gas and electricity prices. We see this as crucial in this period of elevated prices, and a route to protecting customers from future energy price shocks. So, there's benefits both on the supply side in terms of renewable generation and expanding investment in renewable generation. But right now, and importantly politically, it's very important to ensure that bills are affordable in the near term and the long term for consumers. At the European level, there's certainly awareness of the Green Power Pool proposal. We've done several presentations across the EU on this topic, but it's not formally being considered as an option for near-term implementation. I think the reason for that is that the EU Commission progressed quite quickly earlier this year with their own electricity market reform process. It was implemented, as I say, quite quickly at the start of the year, but the reason it was quick is that the reforms that were implemented were quite modest. So we're talking sort of amendments to support more PPAs, amendments and directives to member countries just to engage in more contracts for difference schemes. So we're not aware at the moment of considerations of more formal and fundamental reform options, and that is where the GPP, the Green Power Pool, would typically be included under consideration. So the second question that's come through: if a Green Power Pool is on the move, which organisation will operate it? Does National Grid Electricity System Operator, should that have responsibility of Green Power Pool operation? I think this is a great question. It really gets to the heart of one of the key issues with the Green Power Pool. So I'd say at present, we're simply referring to the organisation as the Green Power Pool operator. We haven't yet formally set out our preference as to whether this would be undertaken by an existing participant in the market or a new body. However, I think intriguingly, at the moment, we're also going through a process of transitioning from the current National Grid Electricity System Operator to a fully independent future system operator, which is expected to come into place sometime next year. This new independent future system operator will have a mandate to play a more active role in both the design and operation of the future system. And I think at present, this would appear to be the most natural operator for the Green Power Pool in future. I think one more question has come through. So we're looking at the current status of the Green Power Pool and the future plan. So I think the current status really in terms of the government's REMA process is what I explained in response to the first question. But in terms of our own work, we are currently finalizing a paper which is exploring how a Green Power Pool would work alongside retail tariff reform options to deliver lower and more stable bills for consumers in both the near term and the long term. The long term is crucial because a lot of the focus at the moment is on the near term, but we need to make sure that bills are affordable for consumers all the way through this transition. Otherwise, we will undermine all the effort and investment that is required in this transition. So this paper will be published on the 14th of September. So please do keep an eye out for that on the website, and obviously on Twitter we'll be posting threads that summarize the reports. And beyond that point, I think the next big challenge for us at UCL is we're hoping to launch a new center for net zero electricity market design, which will be focused and headquartered at UCL. So at a very high level, the idea is to create dedicated academic resource that will, for the first few years, help to inform the government REMA process before expanding more widely and more broadly on UK and European electricity market reforms that will be required for net zero. I think it's important to say that we do not see electricity market reform as sort of a one-off short-term process. This is something that's going to have to continue to develop over time as we transition to net zero and the system, the requirements of the system change, and the requirements of the investors and consumers on the system change. It will be we see it as a quite gradual process with several sort of moments of reform over the next 5 to 10 years even. The centre will provide independent analysis and scrutiny of the various options that the UK government is considering in REMA, as well as exploring more novel policy options that aren't necessarily being considered in this reform process. Of course, the Green Power Pool will be one of the options that we'll be focusing some of the research on, and we'd like to develop that more. And obviously that is dependent on its progress through the government's current consultation. But we also intend to focus more broadly on the range of reform options that are being considered in REMA and other options beyond. Just for information, it will be co-funded, the centre, by UCL and industry, with direction provided by an advisory board, which will have industry players, a representative from the Government Department for Energy Security Net Zero, the government regulator, Ofgem, and National Grid, ESO, or the future system operator when it becomes that, and we'll obviously have it chaired by an independent expert. So if anyone is interested in that and would like to keep up to date with the progress of that centre, please do get in touch through the contact details provided on my presentation. Thank you.
네, 런던 대학교 맥넬.
Thank you very much for the wonderful Q&A session. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 유익한 강연과 더불어서 Q&A 영상까지.
Thank you so much for your video and the Q&A video as well. Next speaker will tell us about the Korea electricity market reform in the era of net zero. The speaker is Mr. Jihyeon Lee, Vice President at Korea Power Exchange. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Hello everyone, I'm Jihyeon Lee, Vice President from Korea Power Exchange. It's good to hear from the speaker in the UK and good to learn about what is going on in the country. So let me briefly tell you what is going on in the Korean electricity market, and let me connect the dots between the Korean electricity market and other countries' market. This is the content of my presentation. First, I'm going to talk about the restructuring need in the electricity market, and then there will be followed by our plans. And there are two pictures. As you can see, there are three major generators, including coal, as you can see on the top half of the page. As previous speakers said, decarbonization is here to stay, and the yellow is represented by electrification. So in extreme case, this is the direction we have to go, and this is quoted by the IAEA. And our deadline is 2050, so we don't have many decades. The faster, the better. The more there is a delay, the worse we will be. And this is familiar pictures for system operators. As you can see, the solar power, when there is enough sunlight, when there is no requirement or no need for nuclear power, we will have a picture looking like this. So there is an issue of a temporal situation. And at the bottom half of the page, you can see locational variance. As you can see, the southern west southern part of the Korea is becoming black, and so this is a locational issue, and we have the voltage changes between depending on the region. The more renewable energy sources we have in our energy mix, we may face these challenges. Since I'm responsible for market situation in my organization, I listed up some of the pending and pressing issues. As you just heard from the UK speaker, we face this unprecedented challenge, including the war in Ukraine, and the wholesale prices surged. In Korea, it surged from 800 won to 1,000 won. So the wholesale market had some issues regarding settlement and payment. To hedge those challenges and risks, we may need another market on top of the day-ahead market. And our focus has been on REC when it comes to renewable sources, and we are using the same mechanism as the SMP in the wholesale market. So we need to diversify market and pricing mechanisms. The more renewable energies we are using, the more need there is for a new market. And synchronous generators are retiring, and LMP, SMP, you must be familiar with these terminologies, and they are associated primarily with LNG. Without LNG, we used to think that we might not be surviving in the market. Let's talk about policies and institutions in the market. And traditional policies and institutions have been linked with LNG and conventional energy sources. But as you often heard in this conference earlier, the share and the proportion of renewable energy sources is increasing. And the spot market considers variation and variability, and variable costs are not opportunity costs. And renewable energy sources would not require a fewer costs. So without a bidding system for market participants, we will face market structural limitations, and this we should be able to do without this structure. In Jeju Island and west southern part of Korea, they will be hit the hardest by this market structure, so we cannot afford to have a situation like this. As you saw the map on all your slides, maybe more areas will become black in the map. So talking about these issues, I believe the new government has been aware of these pending issues, so they came up with new policies, and those policies are outlined in the blue boxes. So if you look at the blue boxes, you will see the new administration has developed a new national task force for market restructuring. So we have this roadmap in place, and KPX is implementing the roadmap. But no matter how good the roadmap is, there could be some weakest links.
그래서 저희들이 하고 있는 것들을 그림으로 표현.
So this is the summary of our activities. It may look so simple, but if we don't do any of this, you are seeing in this slide, we will be in big trouble. So we started to deal with these challenges since 2020. Because of the issue regarding greenhouse gas emission, we came up with this plan. And as you heard, we have only one wholesale electricity market in Korea. And we also have nominal market which is the current electricity market that hasn't kept up with the changes in the energy industry landscape. So we should have done better, but as we transition into this new need for a new market, there are tasks we have to deal with. In the spot market, it has to be shifted into a real-time market. And here, a reserve means a lot, and renewable energy sources and non-central generators, we should allocate some roles to them. And it is related to the suggestion of a new bidding system for renewable energy sources. A couple of days ago, we heard this news. The media and the National Assembly have asked questions about this new plan, and there is a dedicated task force or dedicated team at KPX to answer those questions. Next, besides the physical response, this is our way to go. This is an inherent and fundamental problem in the electricity market. We cannot afford to avoid this question. And bidding market or long-term contract adoption will have an impact on the restructuring of the market. And this is related to the green power pool you just heard from the speaker in the UK. And hydrogen bidding system is the Korean version of the new market. And energy storage devices, it is related to the long-term contracting market and long-term bidding market. And what is missing here is renewable energy sources. And besides the government market that will deal with renewable energy sources, we may have to deal with RE 100, and we have to come up with some solutions to deal with RE 100. And we have some issues that we have to address when it comes to RE 100 or other option or governance issues in market-based governance. And for those issues, we cannot develop a roadmap yet. So let me tell you the results first. And there are 3 important points you need to remember. And we have to get rid of the market that allows COF, and we may have to shift to the market that is similar to that of the US. Let's assume that we don't have a transmission network, and we have to eliminate COF. And let's assume that we come up with a new pricing mechanism that will compensate reserve. So these 3 sentences can be the summary of the market we have to create. Let's talk about real-time market. In the real-time market, we will have to come up with a new pricing mechanism. What is most important here is the transaction level. Day-ahead market was for the thermal-based power plants. But when it comes to renewable energy sources, we have to consider variability and fluctuation in generation. So we may have to transact the generation at a smaller interval. After we create a market, we have to come up with a new settlement system and payment system. And these new ideas have already been integrated into new regulations and laws that haven't been taking effect yet, though. And all non-central generators will have to be subject to these new regulations and laws. So we are envisioning a mandatory bidding system, and what we are trying to do is to ensure dispatchable resources. Of course, there will be challenges, and some people will not be encouraged to participate in the market. So we may have to give incentives, such as storage devices. That is why we are putting importance in distributed resources. And maybe generators or power plants may have to make some payment to participate in the market. And of course, there could be some resistance from the operators in the markets, but we cannot solve the problems in the market fundamentally without dealing with or developing solutions to the pricing system. One of the problems is the rigid competition system. Many people are saying this is incomplete and this generator is in and that generator is not in. One of the problems is fuel costs. We have to talk about the market value and financial value. And personally, I think bidding for demand is most important. And I also want to encourage KEPCO to do more. So there should be competition between generation and competition between sales. But we have to think about whether the market can respond enough. I believe KEPCO has enough capabilities. So our idea is that starting next year, we adopt this new system for generators, and the new mandatory bidding system can start 2 years from now. Of course, there are prerequisites we have to deal with to make that happen. Next, the bidding market for hydrogen. This is exactly same as the CEF market in the UK, and it ensures the fixed price for 20 years. And there will be competition when it comes to investment. But when it comes to merit orders, there will be this summation of different items. And we have these items including a price score and non-price score, and contract price will be the same as the bidding price of a participant, and this is totally different from the price in the spot market. This is that is this way because we are ensured that there will be no competition, but except the UK, almost every country in the world are adopting the pay-as-bid system. And we are trying to achieve centralization and to address and mitigate risks in the way settlement is made. We will apply index. Once you win the bidding, you will be risk-free. And this is an ideal situation in the market because it doesn't offer any risks once you win your bid. So the bidding market for hydrogen was already created in the first half of this year. And early next year or by the first quarter of next year, we will implement the next stage. And the central market for storage devices, it is a little bit different from the markets I explained in all your slides. And demand will be the scheduled resources, and we will also consider the bidding. But what is most important here is availability of ESS, and everything will be decided by central dispatchable resources. And we have to rely on system operators. They are the one who knows the best about the systems. And there are more. I didn't have enough space to put all the ideas in this slide, in one slide. One of them is the renewable energy PPA and green power pool, it is worth our consideration because PPA's biggest challenge is a super long-term contracts and counterparts. And the second next important issue is balancing. Let's say system operators have the Korean powerful system in place, there will be less problems. So in a way, it can be a twin market. And these are the alternatives we have been developing. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer your question. And he's the only speaker who didn't stay in the podium. Thank you for your passionate presentation. Now we will take questions from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have questions.
주시기 바랍니다. 아마도 더 열정적으로 답변해 주실 거예요.
I think he will be as passionate as answering your passionate to answer your question as he delivered his presentation. So can we let him go? Yes. Thank you so much, Vice President Jihyeon Lee, for your presentation.
전력 산업 한가운데서 애써 주시는 만큼
As he's working at the center of the electricity market, I think we could really listen to his insightful presentation. Next presenter is Ms. Lee Hye-jin from H2 Korea on the theme of global hydrogen economy policy. Very nice to meet you. My name is Lee Hye-jin. The light is too strong. Our audience, you are all Korean. Why have I made this slide in English? So I was asked how much hydrogen economy has been facilitated with what level of investment. So all of you are from the electricity market. I think you want to know what's happening regarding hydrogen economy. So these are the main policies of advanced countries that I'm going to cover from the first part, and then I will move on to incentive mechanism. Firstly, look at the U.S. policy development. The DOE announced Energy Earthshot Initiative in 2021 with hydrogen policies. They are quite ambitious. They want to make the cost of clean hydrogen to $1 per kilogram in 1 decade. I was quite surprised by this. They are making continuous effort with their policies, and this summer from last year, they decided to announce their strategy and roadmap for a larger amount of clean hydrogen. So now the clean hydrogen in Korea, in the US produced is about 10 million metric ton right now. It's quite important for decarbonization in the US, so they want to achieve 20 million by 2040 and 50 million by 2050 for clean hydrogen. So if you look at the bottom, you will see different sector, its willingness to pay acceptable price as suggested by sector, how much demand there will be in each sector, base case and high demand scenarios were used to show the range. As you all know, if you look at the hydrogen price for now in Korea, it's about 120,000 won in Korea, but if you want to go to 500 kilometers, it will cost about 50,000 won for charging. So although we have increased the price, it's still acceptable. For that reason, if you compare with oil, hydrogen can be produced at $4. Although the oil is much cheaper in the US, this price is still acceptable. So large scale and mid scale vehicles show the highest hydrogen price. For biofuels, power to liquid sector is the next. Jet fuel, airline price can be the area that we can apply this. And we have steel, ammonia, power sector, methane, heat, and you can also see additional demand in new markets. So this goal, 10 million by 2030, includes existing demand and new demand. And for the electric sector, you can see on the right side, certain area is from 4 to 8, and for high demand scenario, more than 10 million tons will be needed. And when it comes to the infrastructure, a new act was passed in 2023. The US said they are going to establish clean hydrogen hubs. So from last year, by 2026, about $8 billion will be supported. So this is the goal of the US policy, and in the coming fall, they will select among the final candidates to decide the sites. And for production and infrastructure, if they are going to support them, the acceptable prices are low in some sectors. So to support demand, they are also going to invest up to $1 billion in a demand-side initiative. And for the EU case, renewables are quite dominant in the EU, and now they are trying to achieve energy transition. With the war in Ukraine, the EU has actually changed their stance quite a lot. So with Repower EU plan, the EU is focusing on hydrogen to replace the energy from Russia. So hydrogen will take more roles in the EU, and they have increased their targets. They will increase the demand to 20 million tons by 2030. Half will be produced in the EU, half will be imported from other countries. So when it comes to electrolyzer, they are trying to increase the capabilities with their initiative. It is called Electrolyzer Summit Declaration for technologies in Germany and Norway. Although it's not a EU member, they are trying to apply many technologies. And the industry and transport were important for hydrogen, so they are pursuing a large-scale support project like IPCEI. This is for the common interest of EU member countries, which includes high-to-tech and high-to-use. These are approved project by the EC. They are going to support 5.4 billion euros and 5.2 billion euros respectively. And with Innovation Fund in 2022 and 2023, they are going to invest more than 1.5 billion euros in many projects. And Germany has a quite strong steel, but renewable is dominant in Germany, so they are focusing on green hydrogen. And when it comes to utilizing and producing hydrogen, Germany has a quite developed technology. As you can see, Siemens, OEM companies, they are a German company, and ThyssenKrupp is also one of the strongest players. For the first time, ThyssenKrupps are going to participate in a large-scale project. So the German government is trying to push up their targets by 2030. For example, they are going to increase their electrolyzer capacity to 10 gigawatt by 2030. And for total demand, it will increase from 90 to 130 terawatt. So it's about 4 to 5 million tons, and 50% will be imported, and 50 to 70% will be imported, and the remaining part will be produced domestically. And they try to make a mechanism for, and they actually run the first round, but with more hydrogen demand, they realized that they can not only use green hydrogen, so they are now trying to use natural gas for blue hydrogen or turquoise hydrogen. This is something that is newly commented in a report. And they are also trying to improve for hydrogen-fired power. So they will have tenders up to 23.8 gigawatt of hydrogen-fired power plants by 2035, and they are talking about some subsidies for that, which have been quite materialized. And for support, the support for the industry, Sarcos and ThyssenKrupps are participating in Sarcos and TKH2 steel projects. So Germany is going to invest 1 billion and 2 billion euros into these two projects respectively. And they have already reserved about 1.5 billion euros for CCFT measures. It's a mechanism for the price difference, and Germany is also going to convert or newly build hydrogen pipelines, which is about more than 1,800 kilometers by 2027 and 2028. And if you look at the US was actually a catalyst for such policies in the EU. IRA was passed in the US, and depending on life cycle emissions, they will have 4 different tiers to limit the CO2 emissions below 4 kg per 1 kg of hydrogen. That means that they can provide tax credit up to $3 per 1 kilo of hydrogen production. And In the US, you can also choose investment tax credit. This is 30% of the CAPEX. So they have a production tax credit and investment tax credit, and depending on the capacity factor, you can decide between the two. And alternatively, blue hydrogen can also use tax credit for CCS, $85 per 1 ton of CO2. So you can choose some capture technology like ATR technology. 99% of capturing is possible with this new technology. Then they can choose between these different tax credits. And these credits are able to be it's possible to trade these credits. So when these credits were first announced, the EU was quite strongly reacted to it because they can produce blue hydrogen at $1.7. So it means with this credit, the price will go lower. And if you look at their roadmap, with technological advancement, they are moving toward $1. So it's a huge credit, and they are trying to push down the price of clean hydrogen to the level of gray hydrogen. So many companies are trying to produce in the US. There are promised projects for blue, 60 to 70%, for green, 20-30%. The projects have been, have a plan, detailed plan. And Korea is also trying to participate in this. ExxonMobil or other number one energy companies working together. And this spring, under the European Green Deal Industrial Plan, they announced a new policy, EHB, that's to support imported hydrogen. So firstly, they are going to spend 800 million euros for first trial, and the disclosed selling price is 4 euros per 1 kilogram H2 for the fixed premium. And they will also have green premium auction with this platform, which and actually in Germany they have MECO under HT Global for this dual auction system, and this is considered as one of the factors for this. So there is an agreement to utilize H2 Global mechanism. So there will be a conference on the 31st of October where many important people will participate from Germany. And there the Vice President of H2 Global will participate. And I think we can participate in this conference. One of our deputy director from the ministry had a lot of questions actually about this. So I think, including him, more people can come to this conference. So they have already conducted the first auction and selecting project. They are using 900 million euros, and ammonia, methane, and airline oil are subject to this. They are doing auction on this, and last year 3.5 billion euros were additionally secured for the next round of bidding. And if you look at the case in Japan, recently they updated their basic strategy for hydrogen. I think things are similar with us. They are using fuel mix technology, like using ammonia and hydrogen. I think Japan is quite open when it comes to mixed fuel. I think depending on the strike price and the reference price, that can be selling price or reference price, but this will be done in a way to compensate for the difference. As you can see here, like 6 to 8 trillion yen is secured for this auction system. And they are going to secure this budget with green GX. So in conclusion, hydrogen generation price is a source of concern for us. I can feel it. But every time I meet suppliers from other countries, they say there are many public organization that is backing the Korean market. It's quite unique when it comes to the Korean market. So they say you need to sell at a low price. In the US, it's a big hurdle, long-term contract. They say they will allow us to have long-term contract. Instead, you have to sell at a low price. That's what they say. So when it comes to ETS price, we are not at the right level. So these are supported by subsidies, which can be a big burden. So I'm working quite hard to resolve that, and I expect your strong cooperation. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation about the hydrogen policies from many countries. Now we are going to have a Q&A session. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and I will pass the microphone to you. If we don't have any questions, that's the end of her presentation. Thank you very much.
오늘 제19회 서울 국제전력시장 컨퍼런스
With the 19th Seoul International Conference on the electricity market, we can see the trend and the future direction of the electricity market. In the second session, we are going to discuss on so in this session, we listened to presentations delivered by 3 different presenters, Professor McNally Phil, Vice President Okier, and Ms. Lee Hye-jin. Based on their presentations, I think you can participate in an active manner in this panel discussion. Now, I will start the panel discussion. Let me introduce researcher Lee Yoo-soo from KEEI and Mr. Park Chang-min, Executive Manager of GridWiz, and Professor Kim Jin-ho of GIST. I'd like to invite you onto the podium. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 역시나 강연들로 인해서 시간이 좀 지체가
We are a little bit behind the schedule. Now I'm going to hand over a microphone to the moderator. I truly believe he will be a great moderator for the panel discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Yusu Lee from the KEI. I'm the chair and moderator of this panel discussion. We heard a lot about good ideas in this session, following the first session, and there is a difference between the first session and the second session. In the first session, we heard about ideas of how we have to restructure the electricity market to ensure stability. In this second session, we discussed ideas about how to boost the new energy market and new energy business. And the first speaker was research fellow McNally Phil. He introduced us the idea of a green power pool. He suggested to split the green power pool from the wholesale market. And we used to have discussions on that. And now the ideas on the separation has been implemented. And his presentation was followed by Vice President Kyeol Ok from Korea Power Exchange. He introduced us ideas and processes of where we are moving toward. And the last speaker, Ms. Jihyeon Lee, she introduced us incentive mechanisms. Creating a new market requires a lot of work and efforts and times. Markets are where transactions happen between different parties. So consumers and producers, they need to have incentives in the market to be involved in transactions. So when we create a new market, we need to consider this, but we didn't give enough thought to that. So we have witnessed a lot of issues when we created a new market, such as poorly managed pricing mechanisms. In the absence of adequate pricing mechanisms, operators and market participants, they are not willing to actively engage in the market transactions. So we need some incentives for market participants. And the existing market is not sustainable. To boost new energy business, we need to have basic understanding of market mechanism. We have to follow those basic market mechanisms and provide incentives. Then the market will be boosted automatically and naturally. So we heard from the three speakers, and we have two panelists on the stage with us. Let me first introduce you the panelists. To my left, we have Managing Director Chang-min Park from Creative Ways. And sitting next to him is Professor Jin-ho Kim from The Gist. So let me hand over the microphone to Mr. Chang-min Park.
It's very nice to meet you. My name is Park Chang-min from Gridwiz. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And Mr. Okier talked about the Korean electricity market reform and the future direction. Actually, I started my career in the electricity grid from 2008. At the time, I heard that the Korean power system is one of the top 3 in the world. We have a very stable power grid. So, pricing mechanism is quite closely related to electricity infrastructure, from traditional generation to renewable generation, when we going this way, the best system that I heard in 2008 is now having many problems, they say. So when I see the market, there's an issue related to infrastructure, and there is a disadvantage related to infrastructure. And as we have more and more renewables, we need to think. The presenters talked about the direction that we need to go in, and the traditional energy and the new energy have different costs. CAPEX is high, CAPEX is low for the traditional, and OPEX is low for traditional. But the opposite is true for renewables. And in this term, how we can act in the market. With the old way, we cannot have a solution in the market. How can we solve this? That's the question that we need to think about. And for new energy industry, most new operations are closely related to pricing. The existing power system, generation system, TOU, pricing is something that I am thinking about how much it will go in the future. Variable renewables and variable EVs, there will be more and more variable demand. Can we deal with this with TOU, RTP, CPP? When we think about them, when we can have them in the market, this is closely related to energy new businesses. And from the second presentation, going forward, all energy will be electrified, and the spot market or BD market are something that we are trying to develop. But if you look at how we do it, from the generation part, we experience some errors. With more and more renewables, we realized prediction is quite important. So we open the market for prediction, but prediction is prediction. So now they are saying we need dispatchable renewables. So two-way renewable bidding is only for dispatchable renewables. The same is true for the demand side. For bidding on the demand side, flexible resource prediction is also just a prediction. When we move to a new power grid, we need to think about waiting for the controllable and predictable energy. There is a big change with the change of infrastructure. Now we have ESS. In 2010, at the time, ESS were really expensive. At the time, at the power grid, if we generate more than we need, we have to throw them away. But now we have ESS. Then supply is viable, and demand is also viable. Then we think about the weighting of the ESS. But from our experience, when it comes to the new energy industry, they said the best service is DR, and then they said it's ESS. But with the fire in ESS, they talked about EV, and now they are saying again that ESS is important. Variable for variable energy for supply, how we can find the balance, what's the value of controllability. I think this is the most important point when it comes to the new markets. Hydrogen is not my area, but between 2005 and 10, people talked about EV and hydrogen vehicle. Now, at the time, people were saying which is more important. Now we know both are important, but the important thing is seed money. We need to make the order depending on them. We need to think about both the short term and long term at the same time in a holistic manner. That's the end of my comments. Thank you very much. You talked about various pricing and supply volatility is more serious, and the change in demand is something that we always have. And the role of ESS and the controllability is more important, is what he mentioned. And for hydrogen, we need to take a step-by-step measures for hydrogen. Next, Professor Kim Jin-ho.
Let me be brief here. I was very impressed by the speaker from the UK. The topic was very interesting. Introduction of GPP and encouraging cooperation between GPP and the existing wholesale market. I totally agree with the idea. Regarding green power pools, we have to define green first in Korea. The UK has been finished with discussing the definition of green. I think it's a good signal for creation of a new market. But in Korea, as we are trying to create a new market, we may be able to learn lessons from the green power pools in the UK. And regarding the second presentation, let me add a couple of comments. The central contract market managed by the KPX, I believe that is necessary. But even we don't have, not even in the central market, it will be nice to have a new market where the individuals or the private sector can be engaged in. And that requires fundamental changes in pricing systems. In the manufacturing sector, the KPX may open. Actually, it has opened a bidding market for ESS, but I think it will be nice to have a market where the private sector is voluntarily engaged. Let me add one more thing. New resources and new innovative technologies will be introduced to the electricity market, especially technologies used for EVs. As we have seen in the hydrogen and ESS, the current compensation system will not guarantee economic feasibility or financial stability for the new technologies. So that means we need a new pricing system. So everything comes down to pricing system. Yesterday, I went to a forum which discussed energy. And it was a forum between Korea and Germany. And Germany offers high price of energy when it comes to electric vehicles. And some of the speakers mentioned this challenge in the market, that even if they charge high prices, the economic feasibility has not been ensured in the German market. So changing the pricing system will not solve all problems. There are more problems to deal with. So innovative technologies should be introduced to the market in the future. But before that, we need to establish and implement policies that will encourage the adoption of new technologies. And regarding hydrogen, I believe hydrogen is a very interesting topic. And I learned from the speaker about what is going on in the US market when it comes to hydrogen. And thank you for the insightful information. As Korea is trying to achieve a hydrogen economy, we may learn from other countries as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim Jin-ho. He has also made some comments on the presentations that we had. And low carbon central market is just begin in KPX. Operators need to make decisions voluntarily based on a foundation that should be well made. But first, we need well-organized pricing scheme. Compensation scheme is quite important. If market can compensate depending on the value of facilities, it will really help in the market. And he also said that he could learn a lot from those presentations. So now our panelists have closed their comments, and now I'll take questions from the floor. Any question? Because we have some more time to take questions. Okay, there. Thank you very much for the wonderful presentations and the comments. Basically, hydrogen bidding market, central contract market, etc. These new markets are going in the right direction when it comes to diversify the electricity market. But at the national level, when we build the national plan, NDC 2030s are always being mentioned. It's a quite important question. Central markets and hydrogen contract, how much they can contribute, how much they can contribute to the carbon reduction, and with the NDC, I'm always wondered about this. Is there any comments that you can provide to me when it comes to this? I think Vice President Oh can answer this question.
저기 좀 연결돼 있는 이야기인데.
It is related to what Professor Jin-ho Kim said. Neoliberalism. Let's think about it. Ideas proposed by neoliberalism will not solve every problem, but from economic perspective, many scholars are proposing new liberalism. You may wonder whether new real-time prices will solve every problem. If you look at the US, the answer is not clear. So we have to paint a big picture. So LRMC that allows a long-term contract, is the market achievable? You may not be sure. And central market will allow contracts as at least for 15 minutes. So we don't have we may not have voluntary participants in the market. And let's think about the spot market. It offers a contract. The longest contract that is offered by the spot market is only 3 years. So there is this controversy. So the central contract market we want to create is having this name. We may name the market differently, but we wanted to put the word central because the government will provide policies to facilitate the market. So as somebody pointed out earlier, this is not a volunteer demand. So we may have to force demand by policies. As I said in my presentation, demand is decided by the government policy, and supply and demand plan is also affected by policies. By 2050, we may have to revolutionize the world. So it may be time for us to develop an organized plan, but at least we have to provide a generation forecast. Of course, we believe that if we can encourage investment only based on spot market, that would be nice, but we may have to consider other generations in the market, the voluntary generation, and everything will be decided by the government and the government plan specifically. And that will make or break everything in the market, and CFD and other types of markets. If I understand correctly, they are decided and determined by government planning. Does that answer your question?
Is there another question? Then, since we don't have any further questions, I have a question to Ms. Lee Hye-jin. From your presentation slide, for the U.S. policies, by 2030, they are targeting $1 per kg of H2, and they are providing many support. But compared to Korea, their support policies are not enough. So when it comes to price competitiveness, I think there will be some difficulties. So how we can prepare to this going forward? Firstly, as you said, for now, to facilitate the ecosystem for green hydrogen, we are providing support for demand side. But rather than keeping this, we need to secure the economy of scale to reduce the price. That's the best way. So as you can see, we are seeing two-way policy support, but production phase policy is now can be increased for further support. And we are all actually giving a lot of thoughts about this, and we are doing many research on this. We all know this is the right direction, and the National Assembly is also recognized the need for support for clean energy. And now, so I think we are witnessing some changes. It's not easy, but I think we should have a fund that's only designated for hydrogen, and certification or bidding markets are now under development. With our effort, we need some time to review such ideas, so I cannot show you them all. But if we can be secure for new things next year, I think we can put more efforts on raising budget and fund, facilitating domestic ecosystem, Hydrogen is the secondary energy, so the biggest factor is the unit price for renewable energy generation. So we need support as well here to establish supply chain. Korean companies need to work hard to decrease such a unit price because the project CAPEX is quite important. We cannot change the price as of now. Korean companies need to step up as a main player to develop policies and technologies at the same time. Thank you very much for your answer. You talked about the unit price of renewable energy. To add to your comment, it's very difficult to have innovative system in Korea. That is because compared to other countries, I think the generation unit price in Korea is quite high. As you talked about GPP, as of now, it's difficult to have a GPP in Korea because in the UK they have large-scale wind farms with really low unit price, generation price. So it's difficult. So they think it's not right to have all this in one market. So now they are separating the market into two. But in Korea, although we are at a similar level with them, but what we need to now is really need to dramatically increase the generation unit price of renewables. Then I think with improved policies, we can just naturally see good changes. We can have such potential. Otherwise, even if we try to make changes, something is holding us back. That is all because of the low electricity bill and other technology related to cost. It's really difficult to enter into the market with low economic feasibility, high cost, and we are lack of inducement. So it's really have such inducement for change. So if it's possible, I think we need to have a normal mechanism so it becomes natural to enter into the market. Then I think we can achieve net zero in a faster manner. Thank you very much for your input and comments in this conference. And my appreciation also goes to all the audience. That's the end of the second session. Thank you. This wraps up the panel discussion. And thank you very much, Mr. Lee Yoo-soo, for your leading. And I'd also like to thank our panelists for their insightful comments. Please give them a big round of applause.
네, 이것으로
This wraps up the 19th Seoul International Conference on the electricity market. Thank you very much for your active participation. And please drop by the registration desk because they have prepared some small gifts for participants. So it was your MC, Jihyeon Lee. Thank you very much.